who Smiz. You still there, Mel, or did you end up falling asleep?
I'm still here.
Alright.
What do you mean?
I don't know, Midas. I hear her.
She's sleep talking. What do you mean?
Sure, Midas. Let's go with that.
Yeah. Sure. Yay, now I can look at this on my phone.
Yep.
And
Oh.
probably do nothing.
Yeah, now you can look at things on your phone. Yo, how are you guys doing in stream right now?
Bro, I'm gonna think that Nick is gonna forget about the gift. It'd be funny though.
About getting you the gift?
Yeah, it also ends in like 9 days.
Ah.
Unless if he feels like paying
Terrible.
$150
Turns out the one
instead of
good
just
mod for
50.
building is stuck on 1.4.
See. What? That's good. What mod?
Mod.
Yeah, this was said apparently there's a good mod for building, but it's stuck on 1.4. So we can't use it in the playthrough we're doing right now.
Builder Essentials.
Builder Essentials? I see. Do you know of any other good building mods?
Hmm?
Oh, talking to Dissa. Trying to get
Um,
building mods on Terraria, I'm pretty sure.
I see.
Yeah.
I found one, but it's very buggy.
Oh, gotcha. Alright.
Let's see.
Is, huh?
So now I'm building a 2000 block wide Providence arena mostly by hand.
Oh, gotcha. That's just dumb. Alright, it looks like we're synced up, Mel.
Don't forget about me.
Are you able to sync up, Midas?
I'm not able to see.
I'm clicking it shortly. Yeah, our game hasn't started yet. Either.
Yeah.
Nah, shucks. Hmm.
Oh, there we go. Now let's change it over.
Hmm?
I was changing like stream title and stuff.
Mm.
Can I add use it then? Well, but like that works for a single audio thing, but it doesn't negate it from everything else. That's weird.
Man, I wish it would stop breaking. Game.
But I started game up.
I'm so
There we go.
tired of remote.
Okay, my game is started.
Oh, there you go.
Not
That's on.
rebooted. Sorry, it's opening.
Um, what? If I want to mess around with that, I'm just gonna wait till after stream.
What is that music?
Sims.
That sounds nothing like normal Sims music.
I don't know. Maybe it's a mod, or maybe they did an update or something. I don't know. I do agree. It does not sound like normal Sims music.
Remember me.
Remember who?
I don't know. It just said remember me.
Who's me?
I don't know.
Damn.
Sorry.
Nah, I blame you.
Who's you?
I don't know. I think he ran like a temple or something.
Oh.
Yeah, me was there too.
Yeah.
Who's he?
I think he was somewhere else.
Oh. Then who's her?
Who said anything about her?
I don't know. Who is her?
I don't know if I don't know who her is.
Oh. Then who is he?
He 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 runs something. I don't know. I don't know much
He.
about he.
He.
No, that's a different guy. That's a different person, I think. I heard him somewhere. Pretty sure he likes music.
Isn't he dead?
He might be dead. I don't know much about he or he.
What are we doing?
I don't know, probably something they or them would talk about.
Who are them?
Uh, them is honestly they're just a child. I feel like I don't really know.
Oh.
I it's to the point where I can't tell if them is actually like a child or if they're an adult that still acts like a child. It's hard to tell.
Damn.
Kind of gets to the point where
I got into the game.
they
So
seems like a parent.
I'm waiting for you.
All right.
Uh,
Why is your sim so sad?
Remember the sticker passed away because of her reason.
who?
Sugar.
Oh, the hamster or something?
Yeah.
Ah, I forgot about that.
Wow.
All right, it's been a week. It's been a very
Like,
interesting week.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but is 16 plus 7 23?
Yes.
Hmm. My brain is being done.
I don't know. Your brain seemed to have done that math right.
Hmm.
how long is it gonna take? Why is everything loading so slow? Ah, come on! It's not just me, but it's you guys also loading slow. Never mind, Nate just got. Damn it.
Maybe. It sounds like I loaded in, though it's still spinning. Oh, my popcorn! Nothing happened to it. That's good.
Laser Racer Belly and join the game.
Items removed. Huh.
And there's a cast item. So
Uh, oh yeah, wasn't like last time no one was moving, and everyone kept looking at like the toilet and stuff.
yeah.
Gotcha.
Made friends with a fucking toilet.
You also are making friends with the toilet.
I
Oh,
was
you're
just
no, you're
like,
outside right now. You're just standing there.
Unpause whenever you're ready.
All right. Actually, I think I'm gonna pass out on the floor. Yep, unpaused. Nothing's moving. Oh, there we go.
Sims 4 multiplayer needs to load a bit.
Alrighty,
bro,
good.
why is it taking so long to load this shit?
Well, Midas about to piss his pants, bro. Go to the bathroom, thank you.
I'm gonna piss your
Oh,
pants.
that was my bath.
What? Alright, I need
Did you
bleach for
see
my
that
brain.
on no.
I need I need bleach for my brain.
What's wrong with you?
Why are you standing on the toilet? Now what? Now you're sitting. Were
What?
you peeing on the floor? You're facing away from the toilet.
Wait a minute, Nick is still in the bath with you.
No, he's not. Is he? It doesn't look
Oh
like
my
Nick's
god,
in
you're
here.
distinct
Nick's
already?
Nick's not in the bathroom. Here. Are you sure?
They're distinct already?
How are we already decent?
I think Nick just doesn't exist on my side. I guess I gotta wait till he's out of the bath.
Click on me, like, click on my thing and then click on Nick real quick.
Wait. Nick is just standing near the chairs for me. For you, he's like filling up food. For me, he's just calling someone on his phone, talking about a
How
baby.
is everybody else looking?
Um, you're asleep. Matt is near their dumpster, like Nick and Johnny's dumpster.
They're decent already.
Oh, wow. Okay, cool.
I guess you should always raise things in the beginning.
How lovely.
Ring around the rosy. Why is it taking so long? Fucking.
What rosies are you ringing around, Midas?
I don't know, man. I'm just waiting for this goddamn game to load. It's a fucking single player game.
Which one? Dragon Ball game?
All out.
Wait, what happened to you playing the Dragon Ball game a lot, though?
I've been playing it a lot.
Oh, I haven't seen you on it in a while, or haven't heard you talk about it in a while.
I mean, there's nothing really to talk about.
Fair, I guess it is just like people fighting people, but like you unlock random things. What in the
Yeah.
actual fuck? Huh. What?
Okay. My Fallout's broken. Well, yeah.
Bro, I've never seen a Lunchable ad until today. I think they might be scared of Lunchly, even though Lunchly is like deadly, or whatever the fuck.
I've seen a lot of Lunchable ads when I was a kid. It's
Huh.
just that people don't watch TV as much anymore, so.
I remember the
Oh,
duck.
gotcha.
I mean, the beaver, the rabbit. Remember them? Those commercials with the beaver and the rabbit.
I need to see one. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
The
Lunchables
beaver
commercial.
and the rabbit.
It's the Lunchables
Are
commercials.
you
They had a
talking about the jackrabbit and the
yes.
platypus?
That was a platypus. I thought that was a. Oh shit! That was the platypus.
It had a beak, Midas. It had a goddamn beak.
I've
I
seen a good
haven't
few
had
Lunchable ads.
cable in about 2 years. Okay.
A beaver with a beak. Oh my god.
Shut up! I haven't seen one of those commercials in a while.
Why have
Leave
I
me
never
alone.
heard about
Uh,
Lunchable
Click
ads?
load game and click the S4MP instead of playing resume.
You know what?
It's
First, I'm gonna try
literally.
something. I think I forgot to run it as a administrator.
I see. Could be the issue there. I'm going to do the same.
Alright.
My back.
Brr.
Oh, my back.
You know what? While I wait for it to load, I'm gonna search up what the fucking those ads are. What?
They were like Super Bowl ads.
Never.
The only time I really saw them was during Super Bowl ads.
It wasn't just Super Bowl ads.
Yeah, but that's when I saw them the most. Otherwise, they didn't really advertise that much.
You want me to send you one, Nate? Nate?
Lunchables hippo.
Hippo.
Hippo. He's
Not
like
a
they're
hippo.
taking like a the cracker ham and cheese one.
Yeah.
Yeah, they made that into a, a hippo.
Yeah.
Looks like a pig though, not a hippo, but alright. And then apparently they
They
made it
might
into
do
a
it for
dinosaur
separately
too.
each. They make it for each box. The pizza one is the jackrabbit, I think. And the
No, you're
platypus
looking.
is the
Nate, that's
broccoli.
7 months ago.
Yeah, but that's the one I like just got.
There. There, I'll send you it. Here. It's right here.
I
Lunch,
prefer Lunchables over Lunchly
bro.
There.
Lunchly is full of mold.
because
Like
I don't like my teeth moldy, bruh.
people have done speed runs to see how quickly they can get like mold on their Lunchly, and it's instant.
I like my cheese
Hmm,
moldy, bro.
let's see.
I like my cheese moldy.
Why do you like your cheese moldy?
That's what he said.
I'm pretty sure it's just an issue with their sealing of the package. That's like such a minor thing to overlook, but a huge problem.
After this,
Clearly, they don't care. They just want money.
The packaging is
What the?
pretty done.
Oh, oh, those guys.
Now you remember.
How do you not think that was a platypus?
Shut
Wait, what do you think that
up!
was again?
Beaver.
Oh,
Beaver.
beaver? Uh, I could kind of see it as a beaver. I don't know.
It has a giant ass beak on its face and it
Yes.
talks out of the beak.
Yeah.
Alright, alright!
Oh no, Perry the platypus is like green or something. Like a greenish blue. A
He's just like a
cyan, if you
cyan.
will.
Yeah. I'm gonna start my game.
Okay.
Oh wow, it started instantly. The problem was us not running it as an admin pool.
No, I think the problem was that we didn't also have everything else open too. Because mine only like just opened up. It took a little bit. Except because mine before had to load up EA and then had to load up The Sims.
Oh yeah, I also did the same exact thing.
I see.
You guys, pro Sims 4 players here. We've been playing this game for a month already. We still doing dumbass mistakes.
This shit
I'm just
so
too lazy and just
bad.
want it to open itself.
I am just my sleep. This. Alright, load game, not resume.
Hold on. If you're changing your sleep schedule, but your parents are gonna wake you, aren't they?
Oh, So that way, when I fall asleep faster, they would be able to wake me up. Because I was in the middle of like the lightest part of my sleep when my mom woke me up. I think
Oh.
I went to sleep at like 8 p.m. It was 12. So usually I'd sleep for another 2 hours, but she woke me up early
So you
because it's like every 2 hour interval is when I'm in the middle of not REM sleep.
gotcha. So you think if you just like pass the hell out, then you wouldn't really get woken up?
Yeah. Not at least for another 2, 4, 6 hours.
Oh, that's fair.
I'm confused. My shit is squeaking.
Wonder if the curious if the thing I'm using to show like when we're talking is alphabetically or not, because bef before I changed it to just me on the left, everyone else on the right, it was always Mel, Midas, me. And when it was just me and it was just me, after Midas joined, it was Midas and then me. And then usually when Mel joined, it was Mel, Midas, then me. So I'm wondering if it's like last person to join shows up on the leftmost side, or if it's the exact opposite. Hmm. Wonder.
My game is tweaking. Why is this? What the fuck? It's a 20.3 megabyte mod, and I have 750 megabytes left.
Hmm?
I'm gonna sue a company.
Mhm.
Make a fucking good TV show, but decide to break your fucking only game that people play more. Like, what the fuck? You're not even making money at this point. Finally.
What is Nick doing upstairs texting my fucking
Wait, wasn't Nick downstairs for both of us before? How the
yeah.
hell is he upstairs now? Wait, what?
Okay.
Bro, I'm gonna load in and Nick's gonna be in the fucking shower or something.
It's a 75 to 75.84 megabyte mod, and I have 729.17 megabytes left. Why? just cranking this goddamn game.
Items move thing again. Um, Mel is invisible. Matt
Just
is
say whenever you're
invisible.
ready.
I am visible. Midas is
I
visible.
think we have to unpause the game for it to load in. The actions of the character doing.
Okay. I'm ready.
I just whenever.
Alright. Oh, there we go. You're in bed, Nick's on the computer. I'm tired, but not sleeping. Um, no, my Sims crashed.
What?
My Sims crashed.
Oh my god. How many applications and stuff do you have open?
Um, I could close like battle.net. Need that open, need that open, need that open, need that open, need that open. Uh, close those two.
Huh.
Opened everything or closed everything I should close. Not open. If I opened everything, that'd be like a terrible idea. Alright, it says we're still synced.
I think it'd be a good idea to resync because I made a save.
Alright.
For some reason. Every time I save, we have to resync.
Oh. Hmm.
Look.
There seems to be two of me because I left the room and then joined back. Just to resync.
Alright, let's make a new lobby.
Tell me when you're in said new lobby.
Even a Chromebook would be okay at this point. But zero answers.
I could not tell what you were saying.
I said Midas, why don't you? When are you gonna get a laptop?
Huh? Oh.
Even a Chromebook would be good at this point. I hosted.
Alright.
Not now. I mean, we're still kind of not that great. I mean, we're still figuring a lot of things out before all that. God,
I
this
am a luminous just all gem.
fucking piece of shit game.
Whatever.
I'm starting my thing.
Oh.
Break every goddamn time.
Sometimes I wonder if it's a mod thing that's not letting it sync up correctly.
Now you're not gonna load me in my game?
I mean, it's synced. It's just that you crashed.
Oh, yeah. You know what? Yeah, I guess that's fair. I guess that's fair. Have a good point there.
I'm gonna close my eyes and lay my head down like a little in the bed.
Again, don't you usually
Pretend
like
to be.
pass out if you close
At
your
the end of
eyes?
stream, I'm gonna be in bed. All snuggled up in bed by the end of stream.
Is why isn't
I'm
that
gonna
gonna
bring the whole bed over to me.
the whole what? What? What do you mean?
I'm gonna bring my bed to my desk.
Gonna like carry it over.
Yeah.
Isn't that gonna take a lot more work than it would be to just just fall asleep in the chair?
Yeah.
Okay. I don't know how I want to respond to that. But I thought you just woke up. Why do you want to fall back asleep?
She falls back asleep. I
I mean, I guess, but like, damn. She's trying to fall asleep instantly.
don't know.
Maybe it's a commitment thing. Maybe.
At least she gets sleep.
Do you not sleep?
Dog, I stayed up last week. I stayed up
Yeah, I'm
7
talking
a.m.
about Reeds. I'm talking about like nowish. Like
I stayed
last
up
night.
until 5 yesterday.
But why? Do you just not want to sleep? Can't sleep?
No, it's not that. I can't sleep. My brain doesn't want to shut off. And then I was remembering, like, oh, hey, Nate said, hey, if you can't fall asleep, you can try my method. I listen to music sometime. You don't know my music choices.
Okay, what fucking music are you listening to? There's a difference between listening to music and listening to like hard punk rock or something like that. Like music that would literally fucking keep you awake. What are you listening to?
Oh, let's see. Metallica, Queen. Let's see. We got Kiss. Got who else? Leonard Skinner. We've
I'm not
got
asking for specific songs. I'm asking for what type,
songs. Those are bands.
songs, bands. What are you listening to?
Anything,
Like genre of music. What? What
anything,
anything?
anything, including white girl music.
Okay. Try listening to more like relaxing, either more relaxing music or music with no lyrics. or if they are lyrics and
I
like
do do that.
like really just kind of calm lyrics.
But like Twinkle Twinkle Little Star.
No, like lyrics that you just kind of like feel really comfortable listening to, not like like I've ran into a couple songs recently that just make me feel really comfortable. And I just kind of like start falling asleep to. Or that if I listen to, I just like get really comfortable. So it makes it easier to fall asleep if I really want to listen to that while I fall asleep. Like if you're listening to like music you really like singing along to, or music that's like really like energetic, I guess is a good word for it,
The white
then you
girl
are
music.
sure, white girl music. Then you are not going to get like anywhere.
Okie dokie.
Like if you want to listen to music at night, like create a chill playlist.
I don't know how to do that. I know how to make a playlist. It's just I don't know how to do that because I have a random ass time of choosing songs.
I see.
Usually, I just re-listen to the fucking events from that one game I must not speak of because the player base is horrible and the game just got horrible.
Fortnite?
Yeah, I listened to the event, nothing else, just the event music.
Aren't
All right.
aren't the events like
Said the event music, dog.
yeah, the music for the events aren't those like really action? No, you know what? I guess no. That could get your brain to like start picturing stuff, which could get you to sleep. I guess that's like okay
Whenever
if
you're
it
ready.
works. Oh, I'm in.
Yeah, you can press play whenever.
All right, let me just double check.
Let me fucking do this, please.
You wanna go to sleep?
I think both of our characters are trying to go to sleep.
Oh, in game.
Yeah, but why does my guy hate Nick? There's like a red thing next to Nick.
God, let me do this, please.
All right.
Oh, my shit is broken. What the fuck? About to say fuck it all and just uninstall this game. Like nothing is loading. The mods aren't loading at all.
Midas is living in Midas land. Midas has that fucking smirk ass face. God, I. Mm. I. I can't tell if I should be okay with that because you look happy, or if I really, really want to fucking punch you in the face. Like
Give me
the
your
before, like right now, it's like you're being cringe, but like that's it was weird. It was like okay, I guess. Before it was like you're smirking, like fucking like. Like Miles Morales or something. Like, hey, like, bro, you,
Hey,
I was over here and I could see your face and eyes looking this way. Yet you're just like tilting your head, and I was like, yo, what are you?
The fuck am I doing? Not unfunny.
Oh yeah, I think you
Huh?
walked into Nick taking a shower or something, because you really, really need to piss. Light? Light?
Light. Light.
Light?
Light?
Light? What does that mean? Who's this?
Who is this?
What?
Mental health?
Hmm? Who's what? What?
Uh, it's oh, because because people only check up on you when you're like when something happened. Oh, they're because they're being nosy and want some dirt on you. Wow. Yeah.
That's true, Nate.
What the fuck?
What the fuck?
Oh, okay. It's just an eggplant. It's just an eggplant. This looked really weird from this side.
Is flipping you off.
It looked really weird. I thought the floaty had like a dong or something. And then I like tilted the camera 180 degrees. I'm like, oh, that's an eggplant. Just the
What?
green stem.
Where?
Okay, go to Midas and like go to where you could see like the green part of the floaty, but not like right at the floaty. Yeah.
Oh.
And then if you tilt it 180 degrees, you see just the normal eggplant. Didn't you just wake up?
Huh?
Okay, well you got a Midas head in your direction.
Oh no.
In a
What
in a
the
ve- He's
huh?
feeling very playful. He wants to go to
Why
work,
does
but
Nick
first
keep
he's gonna
making
talk to
fucking
you for advice, apparently.
Hey Mel, what
Who
is
is
some advice?
this? Oh, that's Nick. Oh, never mind. I guess Mice
Why
wants to go to
does Nick
work.
have smoke? Why does Nick have smoke?
Probably because he smokes. I don't know.
What the fuck? Why? Why did I just bolt?
Because you need to go to work, bro. You're gonna be late.
Bro, Nick was walking his slow ass, and then I just fucking.
Yeah, Nick's doing. How did I just do that? I don't know. Nick's doing Nick things. Oh.
Nick is
I think he's trying
on
to.
his in his second
I
What?
forgot.
What the fuck?
No, that's already set. That's
Nick,
already set, Mal. That's already set.
Nick, do you see this?
Yes. No, no, no. You're mean. You're mean. You're mean.
What did she do?
I don't think you want to know.
Don't worry about it. You don't get to see it. The stream will.
What?
What?
Hmm?
What?
Good holiday?
No, 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 no. It disappeared. It disappeared. What the fuck? Your sim was feeling flirty. I went on to see what the first bobble was, and it was aroused from a period.
What?
Oh yeah, she's on her period.
What?
Aroused? What? Okay, that's weird. That's weird. I'm going back to my sim. I'm going back to my sim.
What?
My sim is weird, and at least like I don't know. I don't know.
Fuck,
The sim's
Mel.
just doing sim things. What are you dreaming about, buddy? I don't think I've ever. Never mind. What's Mine's at work? Why you at work, Midas? This sim's like,
Morning,
yo.
morning shift, man.
Okay, okay. I don't want to watch that anymore. What? I don't. Lily, what are you doing? Dogs should be
Oh,
doing normal things, right?
where's Lily?
And
Oh,
Lily's watching Matt sleep.
Watch out, man. She's gonna pull a knife on you.
Oh, good to God, you're back from work, Midas.
Back already? An hour shift? That's not real. What the fuck?
Taking his
I would
photo of
never.
yours. Yeah, you would.
I would never.
What? I just wanted to ask you for advice like 5 times, and then it went away because you're selling things. What are you doing? You have so many things in your inventory.
Don't worry about it.
Oh, a new thing just appeared.
New thing. Huh?
What's that? It's like a little sparkly thing next to the yellow.
Looks
Never mind, it went away. Oh, there it is. No, it's
upset.
next upset. It's next upset.
Smoothing chimes. Oh.
Huh.
Wow. What communication you two are doing. You moved away. Now Mice is going to sleep. Mice like, yeah, fuck this. I don't want to interact with you anymore. I'm going to sleep.
Can I not live with them anymore, please?
What do you mean? You really like your bunk bed? Look at that.
I also don't like. I don't like that. Nick
Oh.
is right there, though.
Uh.
High school. Huh?
Never mind. I don't think you like your bed. Bill was about to go to bed, and he's like, I gotta go to high school. God fucking damn it. Bolton! You are in a
But
hurry.
Midas, this home was made for you.
But like, why?
Like Scoob.
Why do I have to
What am
sit
I
next to the
doing?
hobos?
I am a wall.
Wall.
I am a wall.
Wallet.
I mean, there's a reason why I put this mailbox here.
Why?
We'll find out one day.
Okay.
Yeah.
Why is there? Does this game work by storks or something?
Something similar to that.
The Santa Claus jumped down your chimney? What am I doing? I'm just eating. Okay. What are you doing? Huh. Okay. What am I doing? I'm just sitting on the floor now. Let's get a start. People just really want to chat to you, but you keep selling stuff so they can't. Where's my sim sad? Awful holiday. Damn. What holiday? Okay. Friend balance sipping. Oh, friend balance slipping. As a sim who leads a close-knit lifestyle, and it likes to keep things in balance. Too few friends is lonely. Too many is hectic. Things don't feel in balance anymore. I guess.
Uh,
So I'm reading a book. Okay, this is not me. Alright, I'm eating dinner. This is not me. I'll be right back. You can keep the thing going. I don't read books.
Okay.
why don't you read books?
Smavadish. Baringo. Oh, Kiranga, wife. The crib. Aragaba. Sure. Ugh.
Okay, why do we keep just eating food over and over and over again?
Honka free, Meshka, Craney, Bipson. Zenjil, Shalit, Bashin, Nahoma. Oh, Onjima. Vilpa Brehe, Gibaru Benyu, Varudi Campo, Viva Wish Chabasharo, Yakima Playun Zaruga, Sal. Oh, Squaws Nelson, Lanji Keelan, Ravobi Hapyam Ebony, Simse Chorib, Doscal Moo, Ukaru, Kwambu, Sabu Shusha, Wiftin Bay, Ulane Fangit, Jim Frida. Vilpabre, Shirsa, Gibaru, Ravobi, Sacrinario Manza, Zamona Zaro, Ravobi, Hapyan, Habeni. Hey, Skibaro, Zamona Zaro, Orbitanahe, Tumak, Quisap, Zamona Zaro, Shalvo, Barlini Yorid, Ukaru. Chelner, Squazner, Chirac, Fuhane. Guatamini, Chop Bueno, Zap and Quarga Banny. Quahibin Bayumi, hey, Yoon, Big Compa. Oh, Wax with Nisakoi. Oh, Mao. shrapnel? And they'll pay. Ah. Feed nar. Waffle.
No. Grades are up. Midas is now a high school A student.
Hmm?
Midas, your grades went up. Good job, man.
That's surprising.
You should go to bed.
Yappahorn.
I'm not tired, though.
Newton.
Oh.
I miss your grade makes you eligible for early graduation.
Yibsy. Fadish.
Unrealistic. I guess you're gonna have to skip some homework.
I
I
wasn't
could
gonna
see that happening today, but
accept it anyway.
Oh, tell a Jim
because Nate has
Whipsy.
nothing to do.
Anarva Orna, Aflin Wadi, Beniva Patona, no me,
Can I not reach this plant?
Roby, Short,
Ooh. Okay.
Huh.
Why is this game at the always fucking break?
What is?
Fallout.
Why not?
Like, I can't even install
What
anything.
the? What the?
Zoma Froy.
Where did that table go?
Oh,
What the fuck?
Warbra Krilk.
Okay.
Blash Begoya. Ow! Gedna. Yarpanoosh. Huh. Tabi Funo. Huh. Oh, Yabi Jorp. Ugh. Bimunip.
Galimba. Kiss. Wamberg.
Ooh.
Pomeray.
Witushu Yibsimsi.
Rubin. Kisana. Oh.
Umfra. Noosh Manzo. Huh. Oh, walks with Missakoy. Zamboom. Oh. Huh. Uh-huh. Ah.
Can I even accept the deliveries? Oh my gosh, can you stop eating food over and over?
Yarp!
The hell was
Oh,
that?
disgrobel.
Let's see. I don't know.
Ah,
There's something spoiled on the table.
Yeah, I know. I'm trying to clean all of them up.
no. Zorb. Ooh, Finosa Batnabe. Ah. Hmm. Ah, noosh noosh. Ah. Aha. Anjim. Yibsy. Fadish. Aha. Tariff Proud. Ah. Varpasa Essenoi. Ah. Yana Fabiola Shoka. Ee. Ooh, Bila. Yarp Snabby. Yeah. Quaz. Kiffle. Ooh. Fanchim Kifaya.
Over dramatic ass music.
Aha. Fipola. Sufa fuem. Zor. Ah.
Kinnad. Gibbs
E. Ah. Mm-hmm. Fiba. Oh, yabby jorp. Ugh. Ooh. Zabi Moonip. Ow! Mm. Mm. Ooh, Sporgly go. Oh. Mola Shoib. Ah, Shally Prag. Tarif. Mm-hmm.
You good?
Huh?
Sul,
You good?
Tarif.
Alright.
Oh, Grobel. Ah. Huh. Aha. Oh, Apollo Chaba, Flamon Shush, Ulak, Yemfo. Parovi Sensen, Gorge Variki. Turful Perpana. Kirasha Yabasane. Turful Perpana. Kirasha
Yeah, you're
Yabasane.
fine.
Oh, cha, Budamopsi. Fuibak Dutsu O,
Bonfire?
Dol Bay, Che. Muma. Jadi. Pikoya Slam. Wadida. Abrupt Banorla. Cleva. Jobajo. Nuri. Ravna.
Smurg Zukinik Safoim. Lampima. Turful Perpanak. Kirasha Yabasane. Yeklas Hakanaria Abanor.
I'll be right back.
Shalba. Barslini Yorid.
Is my voice working? Yay. Hello Nats Friendic, you are here. How are you? Ah, you don't wanna talk. Bruh. I wanna eat a chicken shawarma so bad. But it's too late. Ah, is Nat taking a shit? Nat's friend, hello again. You are Black Gaku. Gaku Black. Gaku Black K. Gaku Black. 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 If I piss you off, make me know. Gaku Black. 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 YK, what I admire your resilience. I will stop. There is no CK. Sake. Siak. Sayak. And I thought I was a spammer. Bot is bad at pronouncing. At this 042, that's called talking. Okay, maybe I spammed a little. But it's cause Gaku Black didn't answer. A little. And he's clear breathing on his mic. Bye guys, say hi to Nat. Be right back, he said. I'm back before you. I saw you not here, left, came
There's no
back,
way.
and you
I
still
know
ain't here.
Nate's still here.
Come on, man.
Nate, I'd expect Nate to get
That's
back.
not serious.
I don't know what happened. Mel, I don't know where she went. But to
Black
join
Gaku.
stream, it's kind of slow right now.
Alright, sorry about that, I'm back.
What was saying were both of you?
What?
I
Nat.
was saying where were the both of you?
Finally.
I was eating dinner and then talking to my brother about Calamity stuff. Because he was having trouble fighting a dog on Inferium. So I was like, oh. I'm gonna talk to him for a bit. Mel seems to possibly be back.
What did you eat?
Is my voice working? Yay. I know you are
mm,
here. I was. Oh, Nat's friend. Oh. Well, I gotta move
Ignore the
then.
messages.
Yeah.
BTW.
so you were here the whole time?
No, I just got back from washing dishes.
Interesting timing. I also just got
Watching
back.
TV.
Goku Black? You just keep saying.
Am I?
Oh, because the profile picture. What I admire is aliens. Soft through his nose. What? We're back, he said. I'm back before you. Oh, what did I eat? I ate chicken and rice. Alright, I'm looking hungry, but I seem to just be, chatting. Midas seems to be shirtless. And just looking up romantic tips in Mel's bedroom.
Why are you in my bedroom? Can I just
He's searching up
Is this
romance
your
tips.
Sim's wife?
No.
why are you doing that when I'm asking?
Hey Mel,
What?
they asked, is this your Sim's wife?
What?
What? No, no it is
No.
not. This is Midas, the guy sitting in the chair for romance tips. This is Mel. This is Mel's boyfriend. This is me. Going toward the stairs.
Oh,
Okay.
okay, I see.
Put your shirt on.
Oh, now Midas gave up on romance tips and is going to live stream Incredible Sports. Oh, that's that game. Don't you have like, aren't you low height? You know what, Midas? If you want to play games, you play games. Am I just, what am I
Okay,
doing?
Nate, why are you in my room?
It said my sim was going to like either chat with you or ask for
Midas likes
advice,
football.
and then now they're not because maybe you're selling stuff or something. Or it's like the quickest conversation ever. Okay, my son the talking toilet.
What you sell in Midas is buying.
What I'm s- what I'm selling, Midas is buying. What? Midas, what am I selling? I didn't know I was selling anything.
I thought Mel
Oh
was a drug dealer.
You thought Mel was a drug dealer?
I'm
What are you
confused.
doing, Mel? What are you? Okay, I know you're doing something. Yeah, you are doing something. I fucking knew it. Okay, yep. Why are you spectating it? Okay.
What do you mean? We're just cuddling!
Sure. Oh, you okay? I was about to say. I thought for a second. You know, it's kind of hard to tell when I look at like both of your both of your moods because you just set it to do that.
I don't set the moods to flirty.
Do, what the fuck do you mean? You set the
Nat, are
things
y'all three
for
high
them
school
to
friends?
instantly go to them. Um, no. I met I met both Midas and Mel online. Midas I met through like Fortnite group posts, and like Mel I
That
met
was
through friends
ago.
of Midas.
Years ago, brother.
True.
Don't judge. I had no friends.
They don't wanna meet me though.
You don't want to meet you though? When you yeah, you're I mean, right now you are in chat. Midas is not in chat, so he can't see what you're saying. And I'm pretty sure Mel is also not in chat. She's just getting some channel points right now. But just like
Who's
AFKing
talking?
in stream. No, I don't mean in VC. I mean in like Twitch chat.
That's actually
Yeah,
reassuring.
no.
I thought I was getting ignored.
I mean, I only just looked.
Oh, gotcha. Yeah, no, they're not ignoring. They just don't keep their eye on chat all the time like I do. Because I have chat up to my left monitor.
I have one monitor only.
So you can see this is what I see on my left monitor. This is what I see on my right. Oh no, there's whatever. Yeah, but besides the random screen up there, this is what I see.
Yeah, and I only have one monitor, so if I have the Sims game up, I can't really have stream chat up.
Yeah, and then
Tell them
Midas
nice
is
to
on
meet
their
y'all. I
phone.
wish you guys blueberries and Doritos.
Um, they say it's nice to meet you two, and that they wish us blueberries and Doritos.
Thank you. I wish you Lay's cheddar cheese flavored chips and strawberries.
I wish you hot chocolate and blueberry pancakes.
Hot chocolate blueberry pancakes. Damn. Um. Oh damn, Midas had a drink. Tea and grapes. I wish to you tea and grapes. What? Blocked
Fucking
message.
British tea and grape.
Thank ya.
Bro, grapes aren't bad, and tea is just the first drink that popped in my head, besides water.
Yeah.
Water.
Are we desynced? It says your time is going, it doesn't say mine is. My guy's just standing there very tense. The
Yep, we are
Fun
blocked
desynced.
fact,
message,
grapes
I
are
have
filled with melatonin so it gets you sleepy.
We are desynced.
PP
I'm
in
gonna
a
change
way
my
they
key binding.
don't
Maybe
they
that's why.
don't they them me? Well, I'm sorry. Usually I either refer to people as male or they because
Okay, so
it's
we
like,
should resync because you're
I don't know.
desynced.
All right. Honestly, I usually do that because it's just automatic for me. I played games too much. And then usually when people were referring to people being annoying, they used he. Like, oh my god, this guy is so annoying. What is he doing? Even if they don't know their gender and it's just a random person. I've slowly been using they and them. Mainly
Mate,
they because
you weren't even
people.
in the lobby for me.
I'm not?
No.
What? I'm not. Wait. That's weird. Oh.
No
Um.
wonder why we desynced.
No, I think I'm not. I think the Raymond thing kind of broke. Hold on, let me off and on again. There we go.
Raymond.
Yeah, the. Oh, Radman, not Raymond. Radman, Raymond, Damien. I don't know. Damien.
What? What about my father?
Technical difficulties 1
What?
SEC.
It's my
Dick
father.
Nicole?
My father's name is Damien.
Oh, I was going for Damian Wayne, but I guess that works too.
Uh,
Oh, there we go. Now I'm in. Hold on. Sync. Perhaps. Your universal collapse from my brother's computer. It's like super faint, but like slightly
I'm trying to figure out
audible.
a fucking push the talk button that won't like mess with anything.
Hmm. Um, you can put it on your mouse. Go mouse click. I guess you
No,
could.
because my mouse clicks are keybind set to forward and back.
What?
Nat ask Midas what's his favorite dish. Ask Mel
My
too.
What's
two mouse
favorite?
buttons are the forward and back button for browsers and other stuff.
And what's
What's
yours
my
Oh.
also?
favorite
That's
dish?
the default setting.
Mm,
I'm just gonna leave it as Alt V.
uh,
Meanwhile, in the other room,
Hmm.
a god does not fear death.
what's
Bro,
my
shut up
favorite
and die
dish?
already.
I'm starting my game.
Um. All right,
Disso
Midas,
WTF.
Midas and Mel. What are your favorite dishes? Is being
Favorite
asked.
dishes.
Yeah.
Pasta. Just in general, pasta dishes. Lasagna, spaghetti, fettuccine.
That's fair.
Uh, cold soba.
Soba.
Yeah.
Also,
Interesting.
if we talk about restaurants, I like steak, sirloins, to be exact,
Melani
or at
del
least
amore
ones that don't
pasta
have
mamma
bones in
mia
them
va
because
bene.
it's just kind of annoying.
I'm not even gonna try to say that.
Melanini del amore pasta mamma mia falbini
Bene.
bene. It could
Bene.
it could be it could be bean.
Bene.
The e makes the e just an e. Bean.
Well, I mean, like,
Va
if
bene means
we're
feeling
talking
good.
about favorite
Yeah,
dishes, I
bean.
mean, cold soba is one of them. I mean, the other
Bene
one
is
I
good.
usually have is just, I don't know, just a sandwich, I guess.
Okay. So yes, Disso, I agree. He's doing the um God, why I don't remember Calamity mods for some reason. Um,
Soba in a while.
I don't remember. I whatever one it is, you have to dash like hell to actually
You
kill
know
him.
what mods you should install in The Sims?
Make me a mod, bro. I will ban everyone.
Hold on, first, what mod?
I think the mod that randomizes choices, where it will
Infernum
randomly pick
Devourer,
for
dear
you
God.
whenever a thing pops up.
Wouldn't it be nice if that was just an option we could do instead of it being like automatic?
But chaos.
That would
If you
be
want us to just spectate and not interact with our people, I guess we could.
Disso, bro, you don't yap as
What?
much as me,
No,
but
I
when
don't.
you speak,
I
you
mean, like
sure are
when
wild.
pop-ups happen. I don't mean like gameplay, like throughout gameplay, like all the gameplay.
Yeah.
We could also add like a mod. I think there's a mod that makes it act like The Sims 2 gameplay,
Hmm.
where just random shit would happen randomly, and like the extent of them is different.
I mean, I guess we could. Also, I'm synced up right now.
I'm starting my
Uh,
game. I already started.
okay. Um, I will not make anyone mod on Twitch, and
why
I
would
do
you?
not want you to ban everyone. Also,
I
yeah, it
don't.
is Inferium. I just it just fully left my brain what the mod pack was called. He beat it really easily with Fargo Souls mod. He's doing Summoner only, which makes it even worse for
I
him.
wanna ban Disso and then ban myself.
I'm not letting you ban anyone. Like he's because he easily beat it with Fargo's, he decided to remove its Fargo stuff and try it like just base Calamity. Honestly, he's doing pretty good, but he doesn't know. He's not good at using the teleports, which honestly, fair. But like, he usually dies to third phase whenever he teleports like below you.
Oh well, Fargo's Souls is a very different balance system.
Yeah.
Why do they want to ban this though?
I don't know. Because some of the stuff he says is wild.
Wild.
Inferium Devour.
So what they're saying is Disso speaking in another language.
I mean, if you're not thinking about it in Terraria stuff, then I don't really know what Inferium means, but they're the Inferium Devourer.
No idea what that means because I don't play Terraria like you do.
I just don't know what that means.
Oh.
I'm pretty sure
Nat
Calamity is
brother, I
like
wish you guys a
chaos.
great stream. I hope we become a
Okay,
quadrio
I'm
of
done with
friends
this
and hang out
fucking
and
game.
meet IRL in a
I'm
Sims
gonna
convention and eat tacos inside a barrel of tuna. And the end.
Takas?
Uh,
I'm guessing tacky. Oh, that is tackies. Why did it say takas? um, thank
meet
you.
IR. Sims coming inside of a barrel of tuna?
I mean, depending if streams start getting like more and more people, maybe I could do something of meeting up with people. Haven't even done face reveals, so like that would probably be thing number one.
Dog, the
Haven't
only time I saw your face was fucking 4 years ago.
in a stream that's not even saved, or if it is, then I haven't found the exact moment I turned it on.
It wasn't even a stream.
Yeah, it was. There was a stream.
No, you just
You
sent
weren't
a
even
pic.
around during stream.
You sent a picture.
Not that time. I did. I showed my face in stream before that.
I don't remember that. Because I wasn't there.
Oh, I showed my body and shit. Like my hands, probably my legs, because I'm pretty sure I was looking down when I was playing VR.
You
Because
showed your hand.
Phasmophobia was being super stupid, and I was like, you know what? I'm just gonna turn it on so people can see exactly what I'm looking at and going through, just so they know how tortured it is. And then because it went back to the whole setup menu because I like went back and to try to like fix stuff. It like showed my loft and stuff. And because I was looking down, they saw like my hands holding the stuff. They probably saw my legs and like whatever shorts I was wearing.
I mean, you showed what your Sans jacket was.
I don't think it was actually. Yeah, it might have been during. Yeah, it was probably during the Halloween one. You're right. I like how it didn't make any audio until I clicked over.
Even
Honestly, though, I feel like the one thing that would make me not want to meet like viewers or like anything, which is probably one of the reasons I didn't want to I didn't and kind of still don't want a face reveal, is A, getting identified in public, and B, like
you don't
I don't want to meet like like a shit ton of people.
you don't want to you don't want to be famous to show me and Mel your face. Well, Mel's seen your face. It's just me now.
You've seen my face, not like
Oh, I
kind of
forgot what
recently.
it looked like. It has been 4 years.
Alright, I'm gonna send you a quick message then.
Fine.
And
Be careful,
I
he
don't
might
want you to
see you.
say it out loud. No,
No.
they messaged, not a
Huh? Oh.
I'm not gonna read it out loud.
I'm a little confused.
Huh? Let me see.
Also, I should just send. You know what? I might just copy paste, send it in the other chat.
Ah!
Alright, no, never mind. You just read it. It's fine. Yeah, I could put it in the other one anyways.
Really?
Basically.
Uh, yeah.
You know what? You're right about that though. I don't get.
Why do you have to call me that,
I
though?
mean, yeah.
Why
I
do
mean,
you think
there are
Moses?
like there are like decent differences, but like in the grand scheme of things, kinda yeah.
Why did you have to call me that,
Like,
though?
if I wanted to make it look exactly like everybody, then I would have downloaded very specific content.
Like
Did,
there there are
did
most
you even
things that are
look
like
at it?
yeah, kind of. It just kind of fits. The hair,
Did you even look at a picture?
no. Plus, I cut it every now and then, so it depends if it's like all over the place or like just short. Definitely not the same
Sometimes Nate
glasses.
will style it. Sometimes it does its own styling.
I mean, did you even
I feel
basically
like the
send
body's
it
kinda.
like baby?
I don't know. I didn't make them. Mel did.
I'm
Yeah,
talking Mel.
this is what Midas looks like.
No, I'm talking
He
about
he
Mel. Did you make
he has character abs. He wears this all the time. This is his favorite thing
no,
to wear. Um,
no.
his character makes him look like he has a good ass. Or I think maybe. I don't fucking know. It makes it look like your ass is just kind of showing easily instead of normal pants where it's like not as visible. It looks like it's really tight clothes
Gives
on
him
you,
a
kind
butt
of.
job.
Yeah. And the arms either look inflatable or aren't inflatable and somehow just match. The abs definitely look inflatable though. No, I guess because it looks kind of stitched, it does look like this is just filled with air. Um,
I don't look comfortable at all.
I don't know. You're happy.
I'm happy.
Oh God! Oh God! What is that? Ears. It played that da 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 like 4 times. It's like da 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 da.
It's like that SMB thing from earlier.
Yeah. I'm inspired to do what? Clean up this? Why eel? Why are they green? What is this?
What the fuck happened?
Because they're rotten leaves. They're old.
Rotten leaves. Huh. Alright.
Hmm,
Can
never
I
heard of
not
that.
interact with this? Why did I drop what?
So,
Stop trying to think of diamonds. Like, huh? Fuck your tenseness.
So Nate, oh not Nate, Midas, you're telling me that your son doesn't look like you?
I sent a picture of what I currently look like to Nate like a week ago.
Scavenge for parts.
And I made these characters 2 months ago.
Uh, how was I supposed to know that?
You were here for literally almost every stream.
How was I supposed to know that was 2 months ago?
Look back at messages. Stop trying to chat with Midas. Stop leaving the trash out. Throw the trash away, then talk with Midas, okay? God damn, I don't give a shit at your tents, buddy. If I gotta stay like tense or in a bad mood, you do too, bitch. Fuck you. Empty trash. Like, damn, bro. Bro, I don't care that your friend balance is crashing. Liter like, literally, what? You have too many? Like, I mean, This looks like too many. If you got too many, just cut some out, buddy. What the hell? I mean, you got uno, dos, tres. Like, there's no one else here. Who the fuck is this? Who is this? Who's this? I guess you got Nick, but you don't like Nick, so like, amazing compatibility. My ass, it's in the red. Like, just throw these random school people. Who is Wolf? Oh my god, it's that guy. Like, just throw these guys away. No one gives a shit, bro. Yeah, go pick up Lily. Why do you want to pick up Lily? What is Lily doing? Lily's just running up the stairs. Why? I'm standing there like I want to pick up Lily, but I sense that she has something she's doing. So now you're dancing? Wait, what? You literally aren't you walking? Nice cat rug.
Did you only just notice it?
Yeah. Do you add that?
There's two.
I. What am I doing? He just went downstairs and walked back
Nate,
up. So
I
dance.
don't know if you noticed, but there's two.
There's two. Where's the second? Alright, scavenger hunt. Um, is one down, one upstairs, or both downstairs?
Both downstairs.
Both are downstairs? Oh, the one
We
like the
were
welcome
talking
rat?
about. Yeah.
Oh. I see. I didn't even see that. I'm picking up Lily. Midas approaches me and we're now chatting about Midas's complaint.
In my room where I'm cuddling with Matt.
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
We're now talking about how you were like next to each other. What? Hey,
You guys ruined the
hey, how about you?
vibe.
Why? Oh, I think I'm in here because Lily walked into your guys' room, and my guy went to go pick up Lily.
I hate this
Oh,
goddamn
now we're
game.
having a group chat. Wait, why would you be? I'm yelling at Midas.
What?
What? Midas is now going on the computer. Is it because he went on the computer and like left us? Wait, you're you're live streaming. Why are you still chatting? Why are we over here? I don't understand. Why do I still have Lily in my arms? This is not realistic. She would have jumped the fuck out of my arms and started like walking away from me. That's not how that works.
Damn, I wish I had some blueberry pancakes.
It says I'm chatting with Midas, but I'm not doing anything.
Maybe you're chatting from afar.
It looks like it. My mouth is moving. Okay, there we go. Now I got like a little thought thing on what I'm talking about. I didn't know you liked soccer.
I don't like soccer.
Oh, yeah, that's a lie. Look at this. You're playing a soccer game.
I don't like
You're
playing.
streaming soccer, actually.
I don't like sports.
I'm scratching Lily in her favorite spot, which looked like her chin, which is kind of kind of realistic. I don't know. Sometimes it is, sometimes it isn't. Sometimes her favorite spot is nowhere because she just avoids me.
Does your dog do that too?
Yeah,
How old is she?
I don't know. I don't remember. I don't keep track of like their ages.
What the fuck?
I know they're not super old. We got both of them while we're in Virginia. People keep saying Finn's like a baby, so I'm guessing maybe like what 2 or 3. And No, did we get Lillian away? I don't know. I don't think we did. I aged up. Young adulthood, lifelong responsibilities, burgeoning careers, and vast horizons await. Whoever said their 20s aren't a blast.
What?
Must assign traits. Choose an aspiration. Um, knowledge. Because who says I want to start a family? Psh, you. Clearly, because ain't no one in my life right now.
Say,
Be a maybe if I had someone, but like I ain't gonna get someone.
what the fuck?
What?
Oh, 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 I thought that was Nate.
What? Oh,
I
no.
was, I forgot I was looking at Mel's POV.
Someone's.
What the fuck, Mel? You were just inside his shoulder.
Hmm. No, yeah, computer whiz gets up. Quick learner, yeah. Pick a trait. Romantic. These tend tend to caref tend carefully in the realm of love, preferring to take their time and build. Yeah, you know what? I'll keep that in the back of my mind. That's like kind of accurate. That's like kind of. That's very accurate. Respond to something new. Timid, humble, and
Oh, look.
unappeasable. Squeamish. Religious dad.
Uh,
Creative. Yeah, I don't know about that one.
nice, nice save.
Sensitive. Oh, there goes Midas. I said sensitive and he left.
Wait, what did he say was a nice save?
I don't I don't know. Religious dad maybe? Unstable. These Sims suffer from sudden and extreme changes in their mental and emotional state. Their emotions shift from very energized to very sad for different periods of time, which last for a few Sim days. May, may or may not related to bipolar disorder. Oh my god, wait. Am I unstable? No, possibly. Insane! There's an insane? Ah, no. Unflirty. These Sims tend, the Sims get tense around flirty Sims, and seldom get flirty themselves. It's difficult for them to be romantic in public. Eh, no. I feel like I'd get myself to be if I wanted to. Joyless. What? What? Bro, why are there so many? Wait, we'll only get. Oh, it's not alphabetical. Okay. Um, I don't. Yeah, nah, that's not been recent. Okay. That's possible. I mean, of course, I can't pick like a lot of these.
I'm getting a phone call from Peachy.
Answer it.
The cat.
Mel, I wanted to ring you. Say I'm having the best day ever. Why is it in the flirty
Anonymous
area?
phone? Well, no, this is because of something else.
Okay. I'm just gonna pick this one. Or is it a late? They don't all gotta be positive ones. I kind of wanted to put a negative one. I don't know why. What about Midas? Midas is still a teen. L. Wait, doesn't that?
If you
Wait,
click
if
on
I
the
just like,
calendar by where Matt's head is, it'll show you like events and birthdays.
huh?
It'll show you events and birthdays.
What do you
If you
mean
put
in
it
the
like that.
calendar? Yeah, it doesn't. Where? Oh, there it is. Midas's is on a Thursday. When was mine? Was mine yesterday? Well, yours is on the next Friday. Like the Friday after the upcoming Friday. Yeah, I think mine like just passed, which is why I've reached 18, 20, whatever the fuck my sim is. Did you even change at all? You look the same.
Ah, Nephnius Shuna.
Maybe something with the voice. I can't tell. God damn it, I should have put unstable. Oh, forgotten birthday exact. I forgot to have a party for his birthday. Maybe no one wanted to come. Either way, it's very sad. True. That's fair, that's fair. Oh, hey, Midas just took Lily on a walk randomly? That's interesting. That's so sad! That's so sad! No!
What's sad?
Lil Lily and Winston are more friends to Midas than you are! No, that's so sad!
No, that makes sense.
It's so sad!
Not my dogs, bro. They're yours and Midas's. And
Like,
Sophia
damn!
Birkinson's back in the fucking house, okay?
What?
She's about to catch a case. She's still a teenager.
Oh my god. Okay, thank god I'm fucking asleep. Alright, I gotta lock myself in the basement. How do nah. I don't want to forget about my me locking myself in the basement. My hygiene is low. Midas is doing normal. Midas, Lily is what? What is Lily feeling? What? Notification wall full. Midas is going through a phase. He is feeling very rebellious and will seek to challenge parental authority. Hey Midas. You seem to be going through a phase and are challenging parental authority.
Ooh.
You are. Midas can now endurance run on treadmill. He can also research workout tips on the computer. Midas will now swim faster. Hey, now you can live stream on the computer and gossip with other Sims about video game pros.
Why am I walking
Oh,
Lily?
apparently Matt proposed to Mel.
What the fuck?
And now they're engaged? Or were? I don't know. I'm looking through the notification wall. Better at
I left
video
for
gaming.
5 minutes.
Nate's university application is on its way. The university will look over the application and mail the results back sometime in the next few days. And we also check it. Okay. With who? Oh, I'm guessing it's probably Matt.
Yes.
It would be weird if I was hovering over Midas and that's what it said.
What the fuck?
It's definitely mutual. Oh, okay. I put I thought mutual as something different. I'm like, what? What even mutual?
Why am I on
Mutual
Minecraft?
means both, not one. Why my brain think it one?
Mola Shoib.
Probably because it's used in negative context a lot of the time. Like the
Who's
feeling's mutual. I don't know.
What?
I don't know, man. Oh,
What? Install? Why did it uninstall?
huh? I don't know. Matt has declined a self-discovery trait moment.
You know what? I don't even play Minecraft Dungeons anymore. I'm just gonna keep it there.
Fitchwick Fair has started.
What is there?
Oh, hey, now I'm caught up. Cool. Midas is uncomfortable, probably because he's hungry and because he's chilled. Then why did you go for a long walk? It's a medium walk. Why do you walk that far away?
How did you know? I am hungry.
Now you're returning home.
Nate, are you spying on me? How did you know I was hungry?
Because your sim is hungry.
I guess we're the same person after all. Actually,
Exactly.
that's a lie. That's a lie. My sim got bitches before me.
You're
What
right,
that
Midas.
person?
Midas, it seems you've stolen
Only in fiction will
Lily
you
and
ever
took
get
her back
bitches.
to your house. And now you're looking for a serving of something. But you're just
Why is
standing there
Lily
instead of
there?
getting it. Because you just took Lily on a walk. Now Lily's showing hearts near your bed. And now Morgan is calling you!
Oh, yay. My totally real
Is that your
girlfriend.
girlfriend? Do you want me to say okay?
What the fuck?
No, I'm just gonna say okay.
What
Or,
the
oh,
fuck?
it just makes you go with? What? I thought it would just, what? Okay, that's stupid. That's stupid. I thought it would just send Midas over there. Bro.
Let's
You know
see
what?
what kind of house.
Brother.
Let's see what kind of house Midas' girlfriend has.
You know what?
I think it was at a
Whatever.
romance festival or something.
I'm glad that we
Oh.
skipped whatever the fuck was happening on Mel's POV.
Huh?
Don't worry about it.
What was happening?
Nothing.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
Alright, noting down the time.
Oh yeah, is this better, Midas? Hmm.
Wait. Wait.
What? What
I
Mel
think
was doing?
I don't know what she was doing.
She was
No.
just putting herself and Matt on a date.
Oh.
That's what it looked like, at least.
The fuck?
She just like changed into different clothing and then changed into
And
different
then she
clothing
changed.
again. My brain wanted to say something, but I really don't want to say it anymore because maybe it'll happen.
Man, why can't shit like this happen to me in real life?
Because Mel didn't puppet you into a relationship and isn't controlling your every action.
How much a month?
How much a month?
How much a month, Mel?
Mel?
I think she's
50
thinking
bucks a
about
month.
50? 50 to control you. To maybe getting a relationship.
Oh, okay, I guess she want. Okay. I didn't even do that.
All you have on your mind is kissing Morgan.
I guess real. Oh yeah, kiss the air.
Stuck his dance. What? What are you, birds? You got your dance? What?
Time to cringe.
What the fuck? What the fuck? Bo is literally the real bird. She's just doing like a kind of normal like little dance and just kind of having a good time, and then you're just doing that.
Bro was throwing it back.
No way, bro. Bro, it's your mating dance. What do you mean?
It's working though.
Wait. All I think of is that fucking toothless dance.
Toothless. Oh my fuck, bro.
And then I'm walking off.
Because you're getting tea. I don't know why she isn't following.
Nate, why are you here?
Wait, what the
What?
fuck?
Wait. What?
Go home. They're on a date.
Oh my god. I'm taking your girl, Midas.
Bro, Nate is serenading her.
No way. No way, bro. This is your girl. What are you doing? No, what are you doing?
I was gonna say ask to be friends.
Chat with what? Who the fuck are you? What the hell? Oh, now I'm chatting with her.
Nate, what the fuck?
Midas, get your girl, bro. Get
Why are
your
you here?
girl.
Midas, go assert your dominance.
Run. Run because you might have to.
What is that fucking face I'm making?
Attempt to seduce.
Look, she's forgotten all about Nate.
No, we're in a group conversation apparently.
Apparently. Oh, hey Nate, it's your talking toilet friend.
No, it isn't. It's Midas's.
No, it's yours. You talk to it first.
What do you? No, now you're going to talk to it because you need to use the bathroom.
Fuck.
Because you need to use the bathroom, bro. What? I'm chatting with Morgan right now, but I'm gonna go chat to Midas. What? Or not, I guess. Why am I here?
Why are you
Okay,
here?
Midas. Why are you here? You're just
That's what
broke
I'm
and
saying. I thought I was
sensible.
gonna be
You
at
think your
home.
lifestyle Isn't your lifestyle single and happy or something? Single and loving it?
Maybe I got like I just put something on to where I need to like know the
What the
person
fuck? Why is Matt telling me I have a curfew?
because you
Curfew
have
is
a
10,
curfew.
11 p.m.
Fuck curfew.
Yeah, wait, why are you here, Nate, though? Why are
I don't
you...
know.
What a
I
bad
don't know why I'm here. I don't know. I don't know why I'm
feeling!
here. Why am I here? Literally, like, look. Where's my little bubble things?
She
Rawr.
said, "Rawr."
Declare love publicly. Responsibility down.
What the fuck?
Hold up, I'm gonna ask if he's single real quick.
She is. What?
Huh? You're here. Nate, why the fuck are you just randomly here?
Nate's
I don't.
third
That's what
viewing.
I'm saying. I don't know why I'm here.
Nate, if you want to get cinematic masterpieces, press tab, and then use your WASD to move.
What? Just tab. Oh. What the fuck? I don't think I want to do that anymore. Oh yeah, yeah. I put romantically reserved on mine, so I don't think you gotta worry about it.
I look like a young Obama.
Okay. You know she's in the
And this is
Renegades, Midas.
Michelle.
Yeah, whatever.
Bro, look at her cheekbones. They're so defined. What the fuck? You should cut an onion with that.
I, huh? Well, now me and Nate are just hanging out.
Apparently.
Hugging.
Nate, you willingly
Compliment
hugged Midas.
kindness. Apparently.
Is that canonically accurate?
Maybe.
What the fuck?
Go
Okay.
home. Oh, because we're both going home now, damn. Yeah, it's past curfew. Let's go.
Nate
I'm
fucking
bolting like
Are
fuck
they
Midas,
getting
bro.
married right now?
What the fuck?
I think maybe. I think like in the beginning they look like they were getting married or something.
But they're already married, are they not?
Maybe. I don't fucking know. I don't know those two.
Oh, I thought that was me for a second there. I saw another
No.
black person. No, I saw another
Not every black
person.
person in this game is you, Midas.
Hey, they look the same almost, alright?
Wow. Wow. What is this racism? You saying all black
I'm just
people look the
fire.
same?
Whoa.
Yes, racism.
Bro thinks
No,
racism's a joke.
it's not a joke.
You just went like, ha ha ha, racism, whatever. What?
Ugh. I actually don't know what to say.
Exactly. Like I'm
Shut up,
confused.
alright? I just thought that we.
Like I'm just kind of confused from that.
No, Nate, it's not supposed to be racist. They look the same.
But you're like, they're black. They just look.
Now you're making it racist.
Exactly. I guess wait, why am I in the house and you're not Midas? Did I clone myself to get went to the dance?
I'm sorry, I'm not the one that Usain bolted only home.
No, but I'm just chilling in my room. I didn't even like go to get something to eat. I'm just in my room. Wait, is my
Bro,
hunger
Midas, you have
normal?
natural camouflage. If there wasn't snow, I wouldn't be able to
Shut
see you.
up! Shut
Am I not hungry or anything? No, weird. Did I run home and eat food? No, fucking. What is wrong with my character? That is weird. Okay, Midas is dancing now.
What? Wait, what?
Never mind, now you're going to bed and then you're gonna dance it in the morning.
What?
I don't know, it showed dancing on the thing. No, you're not, you're just sleeping.
I still don't understand why you were there.
I think S4MP is kind of weird. Whenever we go to a place and go back, it seems to kind of break a little. A manageable breaking and a non-desync break, but like I can't see people, and I can see multiple people's interactions if I clicked on them. Like how it shows two beds here because I'm sleeping and Midas is sleeping. Lover personality archetype hint.
Where's my mom? What?
Are you doing what I think you- Okay, no, you're going. Okay. I was about to say, you doing what I think you're fucking doing right now.
What?
I just saw the little notification thing that popped up on the notification wall. I'm
Didn't
thinking,
lead to anything though.
huh?
It didn't lead it. It didn't lead to anything though.
Why are you sadly eating at a desk in the living room?
Nate's sad because he got
Because
caught
nah,
in
because I'm
public.
alone in life. That's just what I'll remain to be. Oh, I moved a basket for support.
Romaine lettuce?
Yeah, sure.
I
That
did
what
not
it
see a
led us
close.
to be. It's a double close up on stream.
We need a close up of his teeth.
Why did you look like closely at me there? I don't got anything else to do, so I'm just looking closely at myself. Why were you doing the same exact thing?
She
Why
was
does it
just
say the
watching.
bed's loading if like I'm not in bed? Weird.
Not
What are you
again!
doing?
Not again!
What do you mean? Don't worry about it.
Not
Literally. Oh my
again!
fucking god. I fucking knew it. Right as I saw the notification on the stupid
Burrito.
fucking thing.
Not
Literally,
again!
the curtains aren't closed and it is winter. What are you doing?
Burrito.
You know what? If they get frostbite, it's on them. It's on them.
No, one part of me hopes they freeze. Like,
You know what?
very
You know
poor
what?
decision making. It's on
Their
you.
glove will keep them warm. Their love will keep him warm.
What the
What the
fuck?
What?
What the fuck?
But the reactions to his face.
Why did it jump
my
up?
God! Not even a moon doing that shit. What the hell?
Why did it jump so high up?
What the fuck?
What? What do you?
Why was being made an option?
Because everyone is an option in the game.
Now you're in a rocking chair sewing.
No, I'm needle stuff. I don't fucking know. I can't even check.
Winston, what are you doing?
What Winston doing?
Flying over those
Winston's
flowers.
going back to check. Winston smells. Winston smells that there's something up. And Lily is also very interested in your fridge, Midas. Like, romantically interested in your fridge. Why does the door say Nate twice?
Just played Omori. I have trauma now 3.
Oh, how much through Omori have you played? Like, have you played through the whole game, or like what day are you on?
My God, Mel, all your bars are going through this whole screen almost. This is
It
why
reaches Winston. It reaches Winston. Oh, hey, there's Winston. Oh my God! Wait a second. Wait. Is that a shadow, or is that like a wet spot on the fucking? No, that's a shadow. That'd be a weird piss spot.
you make that bathroom look barbaric?
That wasn't
No, that
me.
is a wet spot.
Oh. Midas doesn't give a shit.
Why does it look so barbaric? The only thing that's not is the trash
I
can.
like how Midas is the only person who's awake. Because he's like fully slept and his energy is too
Why
high.
is the mailbox glowing?
Um, that is a good. Where? What the fuck? Where's the real box at?
Mel
Something was
Twinner.
glowing. I don't know. I reached fitness level 4. I'm asleep, bitch. What? Did I just get off the treadmill or something? I, what? Literally,
Why,
I think.
why does my ass look like that?
Alright, Midas is going to live stream. I am doing something.
At
Maybe it's chatting
6
to you, maybe it's
in
walking
the
into.
morning?
What am I doing? Go
Why am I
here, you
right?
motherfucker! What are you doing? I'm praising. Get the fuck out of the room. Stop praising
Winston!
Winston. Why is Winston? Okay, you gotta lock the door for Winston and fucking Lily. God, I'm gonna lock it for them. Fuck it.
Now what am I doing?
Actually, I can't lock it for Winston right now, but like, lock for
React the
individual
first snow.
Lily. You only locked it for Nick.
What the fuck am I? Why? Why? What the
What the fuck?
fuck?
No, I got the door. I got the door. Is Winston out of the door?
What was that
Oh, you got it. You
laugh?
got it.
What the fuck was that laugh?
I think the only reason me and Midas are walking in there is because of Winston and Lily. Because every single time it seems one of us has walked into your room, it's because Lily or Winston walked into there. What body part are you setting?
Oh, and boy! What did
What did you do?
what did you do?
What did you do,
What
Mel?
did you do? What
Mel?
did you do?
Mel?
Mel? Mel?
Mel?
Mel?
Mel?
Mel? Mel? Oh, she nerfed my ass.
She nerfed your ass? What? What do you what do you mean?
Look,
It's like the exact it's like the exact same. It doesn't even look different. Does it? Use and watch. Who is using and watching what? No. Stop trying to
now what
watch
are you
the toilet.
doing?
Lord. Okay.
Now you're nerfing Nate's ass.
One of the. Oh my god. Stop. Interact with the toilet like that. Just use the toilet. What are you doing? What are you doing? What are you doing? Why are you watching me piss? What are you doing? What the fuck are you two laughing at? Literally, what are you two doing? What? Why did you give me a don't bro? Nah, I'm gonna. What is wrong with you?
What am I doing?
You're SpongeBob. You're talking about imagination. Or gay or something. I don't know. Rainbow means a couple things. What are you doing?
And
What am
you
I
don't like it
doing?
when Midas is cringe because now you're upset with him again.
Damn.
What?
Nate, stop moving. I can't fix your ass.
I got the thing up right now. It's because it's going to me. All right, where do I go to? Cass.
MC Cast. No, MC Cast.
Okay.
My chest hurts.
Set
Scroll
body part
down.
value. I'm guessing.
My
Set body
chest.
part value at the bottom. And then butt.
What?
Oh, my chest.
100.
Set it to like 10.
That's what I was thinking. Like 10, maybe.
I
What
put
would
it with that
negative
last time.
100 be? Would that just be
It would
like going
literally go
into you?
inverted, I guess. I don't know.
Why? Am I
What did
normal?
you do to
Okay, I'm
That was
me?
the
normal.
funniest thing ever.
Mel, what
Why?
did you do to me?
I
You're
think
hurting my
I'm now chatting with you while you cross stitch.
lungs. Nate, Mel is killing my lungs.
I
What
was
the
so
No, Midas
confused.
really enjoyed that.
What?
Do you not hear this man fucking having a meltdown over here because of you having the big thumping the
Bro, chill. It's what is wrong with you?
She hurt my fucking lungs. First she nerfs my ass and then bumps here.
I blame you.
extra body's gotta go somewhere. This wouldn't have happened if Midas didn't mention his ass.
You're strange. First Mel changes my ass. And then Midas is like fixated on it.
Fixated.
You keep laughing, you can't get your
It
mind
was
off it, bro. Like,
funny. It was funny though. It was funny.
Midas has earned his live has finished his live stream sessions. He has earned $0 and now has 3,605 fans. Midas, why do you have so many fans but make absolutely fucking nothing? Midas can
is
now make fun of noobs.
Twitch, give me my
Sophia
affiliate for
Berg is saying, no. Fuck off,
Now we're
Sophia.
watching
What is wrong with
MasterChef.
you?
Why are we watching MasterChef now? Why is Sophia on the phone?
Midas made $92 from streaming now.
Yay.
You've gained 1,200 followers. He now has 12,000 followers in total. Good
Be right
job,
back.
Midas. You know, people watch you on The Sims. Maybe you'd be good at streaming soccer.
What? Where are we going?
What? Where are you going? I'm still on the thing normally. What? The fuck? Oh no, you're at 92 at some point.
Why are there 3 different talk about mental health?
Accurate. Perhaps. Right, it's there. What? Wait,
What is it?
I-
What happened?
why is that an option? I was
Why
looking
is
at
what an
how I could
option?
communicate to you and you could communicate to me. One of them on the like automatically there is teach about romantic satisfaction. What does that mean? What does it mean?
Guess you'll have to find out from someone else.
I still want to find out. Period. What does that mean? That's okay. That's weird.
No. Why?
Why you? Aren't you in fucking Mel?
Taco?
Mel,
Taco?
let me run this by you so I'm actually getting this correct. You keep picking the option to like try for baby with
How
Matt
many are
in The
you going
Sims,
to
and now you're
pick?
adopting 3 fucking cats. Why?
Oh, Winston and Lily are about to team up to kill some
Fucking lord, bro.
cats.
Why?
Why?
Exactly what I'm thinking too. Why?
Now I have 400,000 followers. Alright. Why am I standing outside? Now I'm going inside, okay.
What is my guy doing? Literally nothing. Or maybe something. See,
Thank you.
stretching. That's not accurate. I barely stretch. My bones be fucked.
It's alright, you can just leave it. Cool, but that's not fair. Yep. Yeah, alright. This is just trash. Love you. Finally, food. Mel, you damn near almost killed me with that shit, man. Wedding?
Wedding. Oh yeah, probably. Mel.
Oh, we're the only 3 people going.
It's a
Who's that?
sad wedding. Like 3 people. What?
Eh, that's the mirror.
I mean, kind of. It's cheaper.
I hate that damn outfit.
Who is she? Danny DeVila?
Danny DeVito.
Not DeVila.
Oh,
It's a girl, I think, not a boy.
uh, gonna say it's Lorax.
Damn. Matt went to go talk to them and then they ran away to go say hi to. Who are you? Went to go say hi to Kumiko, an adoption agent who was at Midas' house.
Can
It's this
we
little
go?
shed. What?
Can we go?
What?
I swear, I heard you say something about Kumiko Futon.
Who-
What the fuck? Who is
Lily
that?
is locked inside of Midas's house. Nate, go get her.
Why is she lying? Hold on. Yeah, Kumiko Fujita.
Why do you have to adopt cats, Mel? Isn't Lily and Winston enough? Where are they? Oh,
Where am I?
Cox.
I'm on the stairs. God fucking damn it. Okay, fine. I'll use Midas to go grab Lily.
I'm only adopting one, but I'm looking at all 3 of them. I'm sorry, is that cat actually a void? It is a void. Look at it.
Why'd you just adopt 3 cats? Weren't
I
3 dogs
I'm just looking at
enough?
them.
You think 5 dogs is enough, but nah, 3 cats and 2 dogs is fine.
Wait, what happened to Asteroid Destroyer?
Oh, they all died. They got sent to the void, I think. Like they're all fucking gone. It was like, okay, that's what they look like as adults, not because this is like broken or something. Fuck having them be like adopted. Let's send them to the farm. Midas, you're supposed to. Don't you fucking interact with that cat. Don't you fucking watch the cat. I swear to God, Midas, you are useless.
Midas wants the kitten just as much as I do.
I'm gonna make you freeze outside, Midas.
Yeah.
I'm gonna make you make snow pals until you freeze. There we go. Now, you finally got Lily out of your fucking house, you fuck. Lord.
Why
Lord.
is it
Huh?
a laser pointer?
Laser corner. Oh, where am I?
Alright, I just see puts and boots.
Yes, maybe. What did you do to the bathroom? Has this room always been here? What is this room? What is there? What? Did you add a cat area and like a washer and dryer into the bathroom?
No.
Why?
I don't know if you noticed, but the cat stuff has always been here.
Why? Hold on. Why do you add it to the bathroom though?
Would you want to smell cat piss and pee in the living room or the kitchen or the dining
Okay,
room?
I will say this. In the bathroom for the cat stuff is fine. The washer and dryer in the bathroom?
What? That's a thing for houses.
Huh. What if someone's just like living? What if
Some of
someone's
the
just like?
layout of the houses are there, yeah.
What if
Because
someone's
that's where the
staying in the
plumbing is.
bathroom forever? Well, Morgan's calling you, Midas. Apparently, I don't know what happened,
I
but
didn't
something
even
did.
see what he said because Mel skipped through it.
I didn't skip through it. I read it and accepted. She's coming over.
Hmm. Oh, she's not allergic to cats.
Who?
Hope she's not allergic to cats.
Oh, your girlfriend, yeah. Yeah.
Nate,
Huh?
what the fuck is that mustache?
That's what I'm saying. I want. I'm trying to like figure out how the fuck I shave. Facial hair to preferred length.
Oh, these cats are so friendly.
Shave leg
Who's
hair to
that?
preferred length.
Genuinely having a hard time picking one cat.
Didn't you say you were
Oh,
keeping all of them or something? Or are you actually only keeping one?
No?
Okay. I was about to say.
I said I'm meeting all of them. I'm keeping one.
Okay. Gotcha.
just keep socks and get this over with.
Socks.
One of the cats' name is Socks.
That is like a perfect cat name. I don't know why.
I know. Ever since I saw the cat named Socks, I was like, oh man, I really want Socks.
do,
Well,
you,
Orla was
do
such
you
a
not
cute
own do
little
you not own
movie
socks?
cat. Exactly. How could you not own Socks?
I mean, they're really comfortable with shoes on. It I don't know.
Where is Socks?
um, I have socks in my room. That's usually where they stay unless I, have them on my feet because that's usually what you do with socks. You wear them on your feet. What's Midas doing? Midas just used the bathroom. What am I doing? I am in
Wait,
the
where did
living
that cat
room.
go?
Maybe they got abducted.
To the void they go.
The void they go. Maybe the guy came back and like kidnapped them. Ring ring, someone's at the door. Who's at the door? Who the fuck?
Oh, I think I took too long picking
Damn.
cat.
The carrier is still there.
I know, that's why I'm thinking, like, they're still here. The carrier's still there.
Oh, hey, Morgan's here. Oh, hey, Morgan's leaving. Never mind.
Oh,
Where is she going?
in the living room. She's doing something. I think warming her hands by the fire. Give residence keys. I mean, if you and Matt are getting married and probably having kids, we can let Midas have someone live here. I mean,
Morgan.
he has a bunk bed. Come on,
Morgan. Morgan.
Morgan.
Morgan.
Where are you're in the tub? Oh,
So none of the kittens are there.
Well, to the void they go. Right next to Asteroid Destroyer, Watson, and Winton.
those are people, not pets. It's a pet adoption. It just shows like a million pets. It just shows a million people. Uh, sure.
I just noticed.
Look, baby! Yay!
Huh? Do you get
We
one of
have
the
a
cats?
dog.
You got socks?
I just noticed the whole time, Nate, you didn't even share your POV.
Oh. You know, I didn't I didn't even hear you ask at all.
I don't think I did, but now what am I doing? What the fuck?
Mess around.
What the hell is she doing?
Mess around. Oh, hey, you have the same thing I have with Midas, but like your stuff isn't stacking.
Winston is stuck upstairs.
You're going to dance with her. Were you
Now where are they dancing?
over here? And now you're not dancing, and now you're going to pick up Winston.
Mel!
What are you making him do? Stop! What are you doing?
Actually building a relationship, and then Mel's like, no, stop that! Pick up your dog. Now she's all depressed.
You just sit in there like I thought we were gonna do something. You're mean.
Now what am I doing to her?
Attempting a
Was it
mistletoe
worth it?
kiss.
Huh?
Okay, Nate. You did that earlier, but now look what you're doing.
Yeah,
Bad.
exactly. Fuck you, Mel. You can't be the only one allowed to.
Stop it, Funa.
White and black chocolate.
Milk chocolate.
No, bro, that
Bro,
that
do you not see the message at the top?
what?
What the?
I didn't even see that.
What the?
Clear all wall posts. Also, that's fair. I'm gonna clear my wall post too. I have way too much shit on there. Alright, is Midas hungry? Maybe. Midas, what do you think? Do you want to talk to your girl or do you want me to get you some food?
Doctor.
Okay. What are you doing with Midas?
I feel like my sim is trying to tell me something.
You're about to. No, no. If you're doing anything besides interacting with her, you're eating food.
Okay.
What the fuck? Yeah, eat it.
Bro, Winston legit about to die of starvation and Midas over here getting laid.
Wait, get him then.
Where is Winston? There he is. Oh, yeah. You want to get laid and you want to play games.
Did anybody else see that?
The cat just jumped.
Yeah. No, it fell.
Oh, it fell.
It fell face first into the fucking marble.
Where's my mind on birthday cake? Or just cake?
Winston, get fed, my boy.
Why is she just standing near the fire and not interacting with the cat? Why is this the girl you have? How dare
Naz,
you?
what time is it?
Over
Me.
here? It's 9:03 over
Meow.
here.
Meow.
Such a high-pitched meow. What are you doing, Midas? I swear to God.
Winston, hang on, buddy.
Oh, you're looking at the to-do board.
Meow. Meow. Woo woo. Yo woo
What the fuck?
Yo woo. Woo 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 woo. Woo woo.
What the fuck? Is no one
Naz.
gonna feed him?
I
I
thought
mean
you were
Nat.
getting fed. Yeah, what's up?
There's a streamer named Naz.
That makes sense.
Feed my boy. He's about to
What about
die.
Naz?
I'm so sorry I
Who's
got you
Naz?
confused with him.
It's all good. I thought I was a mistype, honestly.
He is
How
nothing
far
like you.
away is Z and T? It's kind of far.
Are you black?
I am
No.
not black, no. Midas is
Yes,
black.
he is.
Please
Okay.
feed him. Feed him, Mel.
Where is he? We're standing there. Okay, I'll
Did
make
Lily turn
my
into the
person
cat?
feed him.
The cat was at Matt's feet earlier, but now it's Lily. Like in this
I
exact
mean,
It's not
place.
Lily is black.
Lily is
He is Gaku.
Gaku.
Gaku
Ask
black.
to pet care.
And a boy. Yipsy.
How the fuck do you
Good, good, good.
feed the dogs?
He's eating. He's eating.
He's eating? How so? Where? Oh, cool, he eating now.
What the
Lily seems
dog
to
doing?
also want to eat. Oh, the dog be starving himself, bro.
What the dog doing?
Another dog eating. And Mel's
Unreal.
interacting with the cat. It's
Also,
her way of coping, I think.
What the meow mewing?
Lily waiting to get laid by Winston again, bro.
No, I swear to God. I swear to God. Nah, Lily, we putting you down if that's true. You gone. Yeah, get the fuck outside, brother.
What the Nat National Geographicing?
That National Geographicing. Oh, there goes Morgan.
What the Mel Melani 9?
Morgan.
What the Mel Milani 9? What the
Damn,
what?
I thought that she was gonna step in the dog shit.
Oh, there goes Megan.
Megan.
What the
There,
Midas
there,
Gold
there
City?
goes, there goes Redhead. There go, what the Midas Gold City.
What?
Bro, Lily just ate the dog food.
What the fuck?
What do you, well, she was hungry. And Winston ate all the fucking food. Gets fat ass.
Hey, he's my fat ass.
What?
He's my fat ass, and he's a good.
What? What?
My dog, all right.
Yeah, that's better. He's your dog. Now he's your fat ass.
You took it in that way, all right.
I did.
Bro, you woke up every obity in my house. It's my fault. I put you on full
Why are
volume.
you on full volume? Why do you put me on full volume? Why?
Cause I wanna hear you well.
Stitching.
But full volume, goddamn, bro. If it's waking up the whole family, then like what? Wait, can you also not hear shit like me? Do you just like do you think you hear things and then they instantly like
Is it my fault or is it yours?
um it depends. How loud did you put it? Like to normal what people are talking kind of loud to kind of that but like a little more silent
Full
or
volume.
like yelling loud.
100%.
Yes, but different devices have or different meanings for 100%. If I put my phone on 100%, that'd be kind of loud, but if I put like my other phone or like my like the computer on max, then that'd be really loud. If I put if I connect my speakers and put those on max, that would be extremely loud.
I use a speaker.
Oh, okay. What? Why? Why do you have it on max? Don't you only need that on like 40 to be able to normally hear for like a few of them? Either 100 will be waking up your whole neighborhood, or like 100 would definitely be waking up your whole house. 50 could wake up your whole house, but like,
Well, I thought my room was soundproof.
there's a difference between soundproof and you
And
just
they
shot
never
a
woke
gun
up.
proof.
But you screamed.
Okay. Word of advice.
Can we share the blame?
Sure, we could share the blame. I did scream, but at the exact same time, or yell or whatever. Sneak here. No, sneak here. Well, who? But at the same time, I would recommend putting the volume lower or looking into getting headphones.
The truth is I believe the blame is mine.
Well, it might be a bit to blame. At the same time, headphones
But I don't like
exist.
being alone.
That's fair. What do you mean by that? How would?
So you going down with me?
Oh, that's what. Okay, that's why you want to share the blame. Why are you making me go to sleep? Aren't I hungry?
You get hungry when you go to sleep. I guess.
There we go. I'm grabbing a serving. What
New
is
bean.
this? Fretta.
I didn't even get to read that.
Huh.
You
I don't
being
know
too
if that's
slow.
something I would eat, but like maybe. Nothing ventured, nothing gained. Midas brews up some dough from the mysterious bean,
Your
labels
stream
it
is probably
Midnight
the best on
Magic,
Twitch RN.
and slaps an organic sticker on the sign. Customer after customer is raving about it being so unique and almost spicy. When his manager comes back from his break, he tastes it, erases the sign, and scrambles decaf. Damn. Hey, thanks, man.
I'm gonna get some food. I'll be back.
Alright.
I can hear my voice.
Oh, is that what makes it the best on Twitch? Just the voice. The voice turns the stream from like
This is literally my
whatever it'd be in
voice.
my whatever it'd normally be to just perfect.
I now copy it.
I see.
And I'll copy it.
You have a whole ladder of activity.
I do. I have the exact same dead 4 times. I have you fully filled out apparently. I don't really know what that means though.
And when
Why
I
is
It
realize
says
my
you're at
voice is no
work.
way near this AI voice,
Why is my bed in it?
I get depressed.
Ah. Why am I using the weird ass toilet? Don't I have a toilet? I do. I have a toilet right here. Use the toilet. You fool. You have a toilet in your room. What are it's connected to you? What are you
Bro, do you
doing,
remember
man?
Omole?
Oh,
Toilet.
it's did I run into like isn't that like Smalamoli? Smalamori? It was in like like Black Place 2 or Dark Place 2? No, it was Black Space. God, why can I not remember that ever? God damn it, me go to sleep. I get that you can't sleep, and I understand
Black
this,
Space
but
2 is
damn.
goofy as fuck K.
Bro, it Black Space 1 will give you nightmares and like traumatize you. Black Space 2 is just like super fucking chill.
I wanna get Omori again,
Again, do you not have a Mori?
but this time on Switch.
Oh, on Switch. Did they change anything on Switch, or is it just the exact same game, just on Switch instead? Because I know they do that for some games.
Yeah, the borders are filled
Oh, the borders are filled.
with art.
Oh, cool. How much is a Mori on Switch? What was I just doing? I did something. Yeah, I'm gonna run. I wish I should do an energized run.
$25.
$25. Hmm. It's not terrible. I feel like it'd be more worth it just to play it on your computer.
Fair price.
Alright, I guess, no, the pictures probably change. I guess that's fair. I guess that's fair. I was just thinking of it like, okay, but like, you could just have the game and then just make your own background from what the dark spots are.
Black Space 2 on the go is priceless.
Like space on the go, two, like space 2 on the go is priceless. But whenever you just feel really bored, you'll just go on and do that. What the hell?
What are you doing at this street?
Um, I don't know.
I was thinking about maybe the three of us could play some Overwatch and maybe watch some
I'll
Arcane
leave
and
the
then
Black
get off.
Space 2 save file untouched so I go see Omoli when I'm depressed.
Okay. Um, okay. Two things. A, honestly, that's fair. The whole Black Space 2 stuff. Amoli is just the best. And two, we could ask Mel about that. She might be down to play a few games of Overwatch and then watch some Arcane. Since I mean
Alright,
that gets her to. I mean she probably wants to play Wizard
Also,
101 with
also,
me,
also, also,
so
also.
that would kind of let her do both. Because while we
alright,
watch Arcane, we could just play Wizard.
I suggested
alright.
Danganronpa on Discord.
Yeah, I know. I got a decent amount of games on my list at the moment. Oh, like right now? Oh wait, no, that was this. What in the actual fuck is Disso? Disso, why?
Huh?
What's Disso doing?
What happened?
um, I would send you a picture, but I don't think you know Terraria well.
Just said it ain't.
No, it just looks like a fucking box with like some platforms in it. That, like, I'm asking him if it, like, I first need to ask if it's the full map he's talking
Oh,
about,
he's your Terraria buddy, I remember him.
or if it's like just a bit of the map that he just kind of cropped. I could just screenshot the part of the map he edited and not just the whole Terraria map, like the world map. Like, I'm I'm gonna. Why is my mustache back?
Nat, you
God, I
deserve more than 100 subs.
Thanks.
forgot I had that dumb shit.
I just gotta put like some more work
I
and
meant
stuff into
1000.
stuff. Oh, thank you. I feel like I gotta try to mess
I
around with
meant
ads
10k.
and stuff. 10K? I mean, I probably need to wait a little longer for 10K. I should probably change some stuff up from what I'm doing. I like the games I'm playing, but I feel like people would like if I streamed Undertale and stuff for longer than 2 hours. I only do that because I kind of just like spending time by myself on Tuesdays when like barely anyone's watching the stream. I got 6 people. I'm like, you know what? That's a good amount of people, but like at the same time, if I can knock out all my schoolwork, then I don't have to worry about anything on Thursday. Like if I got a lot of people, I'm just like, fine, I'll move it to Wednesday. Why not? Saturdays I got company, or it's just a game I can play for a long time. And Thursdays I got people and it's Terraria, so like it's kind of easy to play for a long time. Undertale is just fun, but like I'm kind of by myself, so it's not something I
To
want to
be
do
fair,
for like a super
IDC,
long
how
time.
many subs you have, you will always be Nat the Wizard of Orange Islands.
The Wizard of Orange Islands?
Orange.
Wait, I'm a wizard?
You're a wizard here.
Harry. My name's Harry?
Oh.
Yes,
What, would you
Harry.
prefer Nady?
No. I
Well,
didn't know my name was Harry though.
you're a wizard, Nate.
Is that science gone too far? Is this image real or fake? What?
You're a Nat. Wizard.
The fucking nut. Never underestimate teachers. Nut all over you. Why? It's okay. I shared that just because I need to give context.
Nat, your laugh is contagious.
Like, what is that? Never underestimate teachers. Never underestimate teachers
Midas
all
is
over
too
your
wahahaha.
school. Midas is too wah. Wah. Of course, you'd be the one to find the nut all over your school, because a nut stands for never underestimate teachers all over your school. What are we talking about? Just chatting. Well, I guess I'll never know what the other side is.
Nat, what do you like in girls?
What do I like in girls?
Hey, yeah.
Trust. And for them to like actually care about me.
Fair enough, man.
A lot of things depict on like in the moment and like how I feel about them will change like how exactly I feel or
Golden
like how
words.
exactly I want to stay with them. Like appearances, if I love them, I'll look past it. Like they don't gotta look like the greatest thing ever. They don't gotta look like a superstar, like a model.
You
You're
prefer
my
big
The,
or small
superstar,
boobs?
Gregory.
um, again with what I said. Honestly, I don't even think I have a preference. I don't care either one.
Glasses. What about
Glasses?
what
I
about
like
You
both.
put
glasses?
glasses on them?
What if they have glasses?
What if their boobs have glasses?
What?
They asked me you prefer big or small boobs, and you said, what if they have glasses?
I was saying to you, what if they have
So you
glasses?
don't care because you like both?
Yeah, I don't care.
You prefer big or small? I like both. Both is good.
True.
Cause you like both?
Yeah, I like both. I have no true preference.
I have sent more shit posted in the chat.
He said it, he likes boobies.
You also said that too? I think Midas did also.
Huh?
Don't don't even girls like boobs like their own? Like what?
Huh?
Damn, I got exposed.
Yeah, I admit it
You got
proudly.
exposed.
Kids under 12 eat free. Dad, he's 11. Kid, actually, I'm dad. Fucking pissed off look. Don't you dare. These donuts are great. Jelly filled are my favorite. Eating fucking rice balls. Rice balls and donuts. Corporate needs you to find a difference between this picture. This picture, they're the same picture. For context, again. Me and my friend what the fuck? They all got the same ass hair. And look, $30 for a burger. I'm stealing this. Honestly, kind of valid. $30 for a burger. I'm stealing. They're good fucking burgers though. And plus, you probably put every fucking topping on the burger, dude. Don't fucking complain. Young Midoriya, you too can become a fry cook. What? Why? Why is SpongeBob there?
Oh, you haven't seen that meme, have you?
I haven't, no. I'm very confused.
So there was this promotion for My Hero, right? It was about like a here. Let me see if I can send you the picture.
Okay.
It was funny as fuck, and then people started making fun of it and saying like, "Oh yeah, now he works at McDonald's," and you know, I used to be a hero once. I saved the world. Shut up and put the
Didn't he
fries on
also,
your
like, destroy the world with because it was like a thread?
thread.
Yeah, like a string. He just, like, saw, like, a string on someone's shirt or something, and then he
That's
just, like...
SpongeBob.
Yeah,
That was
Sponge...
Deku.
Talking about Deku? What does that have to do with SpongeBob?
Hold on, hold on. I'll send you it. I'll send you.
Do I want to be sent in?
There, there.
What? What? Huh?
Then take a picture of this one.
Why is... Okay, it's now not there? Okay, weird. Where am I going? Oh, I'm going... Oh god, don't you please don't make the last bed spot. Please, bro, please. I want to keep a slot so I can see what you're doing.
Here you go, Nate.
What? Nate has been feeling really cheerful lately. Things are going well and Nate doesn't have a care in the world. Embrace the change. Cheerful. Okay. No, I'm good. I don't need to be cheerful
There you go,
or
Nate.
fearful. What the fuck?
It was a promotion for the
Just put my
movie.
pizza in the box, bro. Have a plus ultra day. What is what is he working at? Wendy's? Up, upside down McDonald's? Why is he so sad?
Oh, you
He
don't
was
know?
born to be a fast food worker, bro.
Oh, you don't remember the ending for My Hero?
That was like a okay. Actually, I was talking about this to someone recently. That is actually I don't think that is what happened. From what I heard, that is just a joke.
Yeah, it's a joke.
Okay, like
It's a joke.
you and Mel had me convinced, or you had me and Mel convinced.
But he does lose his powers though. It doesn't become a hero.
Yeah, but
He
he has
becomes a
like
teacher.
yeah, but he has like clothes or something that give him the powers, don't he?
Yeah, and I don't know.
Oh,
It includes
That
something like that. Like he doesn't actually have the powers, but like he still like actually has like the powers because of some weird wacky thing they did. What am I
but
doing?
but still,
I'm cross
it
stitching.
was pretty funny. It was pretty funny.
Fair. Did he actually get anyone, or is he just still kind of lonely?
No, he's
No.
lonely.
Damn. Next Midoriya is gonna be the person who calls all his students normies. You fucking normie. Imagine being a normie. It couldn't
Norm.
be me. So Lily's stuck in the bathroom, or is she just chilling in there? I'm guessing she's just chilling in there. I don't know. Mari's asleep. Matt is asleep. My Mel is feeling something. I can't tell. It's pink, so I'm oh playful. Okay.
Hoopatay! Doroy!
Hold on, I'm gonna record something and send it to you.
Friendly advice, motivating sentiment.
overtime.
Nate remembers when Mel listened to his problems and shared some thoughtful advice.
Nice.
Oh, there goes Midas. Hey, I'm gonna send something to you. Brum. I know I'm gonna jinx it, but I do want to say I'm surprised it hasn't broken yet. Hasn't desynced in like a few hours. Cheat sheet or manual labor. Hmm. Maybe I should just let the Sims do their own stuff and draw something. Sounds like a not bad idea, actually. Where's my drawing tab? Oh, welcome back.
Alright. I'm gonna cut these into small clips since Discord is stupid again. How long this shit has to be.
Uh, God, I'm just looking and remembering some of my stupid little test emotes. I was like messing around with the idea of and realizing it looks kind of strange. Oh, good job, Mites. You have more fans and followers, but you earned nothing. You earned no money.
Yes. Ah, corruption.
I'm gonna go stretch. Okay. I seem to like stretching now for some reason. Just randomly. Birthday cake. Grab food. Okay. What about Midas? What's his hunger and stuff? He's hungry. Midas, you are hungry. Eat food. Foodage. Dumb. Oh, are you? Grab a serving. Midas, stop fucking not eating food. Stop talking to me. Eat food. Thank you. Like, there was legit a table. And people usually, eat at. Oh yeah, there's no audio for not over. Yo. Keep forgetting about that.
God, I hate when Discord decided to make it to where you can't even send long things anymore without Nitro.
Long things.
Okay.
Hmm.
Alright. Here you go, Nate. Here are the clips.
Should I be scared?
Not really.
Are you sure?
Yeah. There you go.
Zukumadori, 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 Zukumadori. Welcome to Ron. Oh my fucking god. I don't want to. Do I want to click on it anymore? Oh god, I have a really, really bad feeling. It still shows grab a serving. Oh god. Oh god, I can't see what people are doing. Oh no.
Okay, so the first one he's starting with is the one where he's lifting weights. Then the second one in the black shirt, and then the third one in the
Wait,
green shirt.
where's Lily's food bowl? Here maybe? Is that cat food? It's not cat food, it's Lily food. Then why is there a cat? Oh my god, because Lily acts like a cat. That's fair. Well, I now officially have no room to be able to see what the fuck's happening in Sims. God fucking damn it, me. Oh no. think I'm fucked. What's happening? What am I doing? Am I going to chat with Midas? Okay, good. I was about to say.
I
Damn.
wonder for all for one. This was all from nothing.
This all for nothing. Wait, what?
Freezing to death.
What? What are you doing? Wait, should I do something about this?
Let it, let it, let it, let it.
Alright, I'll blame you.
Why is there only X's on everything now?
Because I don't know, dude. I don't know. I don't know. I can't do anything about it. I can still interact with people, but I can't see what I'm doing. I don't know what kind of conversation we're having, if it is any sort of conversation.
I'm sick again.
Bro, you look like you're attacked. You're like scratched by something.
The cat. The cat.
The cat. Oh my god, it's the cat.
The cat.
Can I see your inventory, Midas? You got pills, you don't have pills.
Well.
Can I can I even I think I can't even click on you anymore. Oh no.
Look at Matt! Look at Matt! Look at Matt! No! He didn't freeze!
You want him to freeze?
It would have been funny!
It would have been funny, but I think Mel would have actually found where you lived and killed you. That isn't a joke. You would have not you she would have not forgiven you, and I think she would have been kind of pissed off at me. Actually, kind of is an understatement. She would have been very pissed off at me. We would have had to go back to like the last save.
So you don't want to see what I sent you?
No, it's gonna play audio.
Oh. Wait, you can't make it to where they can't hear it?
I don't have it for Discord specifically. Plus, your thing is different from just Discord. Yeah, it's annoying.
Man.
Oh no, Winston's running away.
What again?
Plus emotional control.
Where's
Winston runs away and you're
Mel?
just live streaming. I don't know. I can't actually help you. It's not letting me
Mel!
interact with you. It's letting me interact with other things, but I can't interact with your sim itself.
Mel! Wake up! And she's literally asleep!
She's asleep in The Sims and IRL.
Mel! Wake up! Winston ran away!
And mine is just dying to a fucking fever. Bro, I'm gonna make Matt stay outside if Mel doesn't get back.
I'm gonna. Okay, let's wait for a full minute and then you can do it. One.
Not a full minute, that's
I'm
like no
going to
time.
work sick! One, two, three.
I'll wait till it's Thursday in game.
Thursday.
Yeah,
It's Tuesday.
yeah. The cat's just meowing at me.
Meow, meow.
Socks chaotic. Wait. Oh, I guess it has to have a last name. I guess that's fair.
Meow, meow,
Shoo? That's just fucking rude.
meow. Meow, 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 meow. Meow.
Wait, who am I?
I gotta show you that guy that I sent you after stream.
You can if you want to. What are
Alright.
you meowing at, Socks? The toilet?
Is KSI and Dan still beefing?
Maybe.
I mean, my dude, Dan, he's being he's being a guy for what's its name? Make a Wish right now. And he's playing with dying children.
Who? KSI or Dan?
Dan,
Yeah, that makes sense. I was about to be like, KSI? You sure that's KSI?
if it was KSI, then what the fuck, you know?
Oh. Or is that Bianchi? Bianchi?
I'm not even like petting the cat. I'm just like,
Oh.
what?
Uh,
Why am I timid? What? What was? What? What?
oh,
What?
Schwabe.
What? Can I look at this? Oh, kitten,
Tobila.
female, spade.
Damn it, she came back.
Are you back, Mel?
Yeah, I'm back.
Oh, hello.
Oh, no koi.
Two things have happened. One, Winston ran away.
Tobila.
And two, man almost froze to death.
Oh,
Um,
Flyma.
I said almost. He is still alive,
Fingao.
but he almost froze to death.
And I am sick.
Oh yeah, that too. I kind of forgot that because Midas ran off to work. Sick. For some reason.
Oh, no koi.
I couldn't really do it. I wanted to see if I could figure out how to do something about it, but when I tried to click on Midas, nothing happened. Like no options popped up, so I'm like, welp, I can't even do anything about this. Why can't I throw this away? There, now I can.
Ring a
right,
ring.
take care of your dog, man.
I think Winton isn't Winton gone? Oh no, Winton outside. Oh, Midas is at school.
Sick.
I'll take this
Dog ate
Midas.
my homework. My dog ate my homework.
Honestly, no, I think you ate your homework. Bro, Mel, you should look at my screen. Specifically to the left.
Arcane ended?
What? Oh, like they
What the
posted the
hell?
last episode, I'm guessing?
I don't know. All I'm seeing is people saying that it ended after 3 years.
Oh, yeah, probably last episode. Dog.
Uh,
Damn. Well, caring for Winton, because Midas is at school.
sick.
No, you're at school.
Also sick.
You're sickly at school.
Sure.
You sicked the school.
Oh. F.
Bazoy. Oh.
Bazoy.
Bazinga.
I don't think Mel said Bazinga to Winston. Did you?
Bazinga.
Oh no, Mel seems to be unresponsive. Maybe she's... I feel like Mel's in the middle of something. I don't know.
Bazoy. No.
Rasengan.
Tibu. Aw.
You really like the word Bazinga, don't you?
That's what Sheldon says.
Sure.
Rasengan.
Bazoinks.
Yoinks.
No, bazoinks. Okay.
And now they're putting. I honestly might just quit Fortnite.
I kind of keep forgetting that you're still playing the game.
You know what they're adding now?
What?
They're adding fucking Godzilla.
Interesting. Oh, it's almost Midas's birthday.
Yay!
Oh, Winterfest is tomorrow. Cool. Lily is asleep. All the animals are asleep. That's weird. This is the time of the year that all the fucking animals fall asleep. Apparently.
It looks more like Winston fucking died.
That too.
Here you go, Nate. Here's another meme.
Oh, Midas's birthday's after Winterfest. Event, birthday party. Festival, football team, sports day. Starts at 4 p.m. Damn, my sim didn't get a birthday party. Midas gets a full birthday event. Me turns either 18, 19, or 20 in game. Midas maybe turns 18 or something, I don't know. Code Monkey? Oh, wait. That's not a good code name, that's just that's just the job title. It's so dumb. Oh, you're a bean blender, Midas?
Yeah.
Yeah. That's your job. You bend yeah, you bend bleans. Bleans.
Bleens.
You beans.
Bleens.
What am I doing? I would love to know what my sim is doing, but he just kind of is sitting there. Just thinking, I think. It's hard to tell.
I'm trying
I
to
don't think he's doing anything,
find
actually.
me to give you.
Karanga boys.
Why are you making me scream slurs?
What?
Like, Mel just like made me just curse, I think. Gar family.
Really? Okay, that's just cringe. Thank you for helping a kid achieve his dream. Cypher PK, 10 million subscribers. That's what a cringe.
Dare to jump? What? What does it mean?
Spaghetti. Spaghetti. Never. What? You samba pony? Yes, I be the soar. On a hafaza. Pisa. Panarse. Waxendor. On a hafaza.
Week's miniature rocket launches have resulted in a lucrative asteroid mining operation. It's gradually placed some of the space minerals it returned with inside the household's inventory. What? It's a hamster. What do you mean the hamster went to space?
What?
The hamster went to space.
But the hamster is dead.
Luffy.
How'd the hamster go to space if the hamster's dead?
Oh, Rizumuna Midas. Oh. Goyim. Namaste.
There I go. Well, there goes the cat. It just looks like it's stuck. I know it's just scratching at it, but it looked like it was stuck. It's like, get me off of this thing. I dug into it too much, please. Oh, I'm fine. Climb. Climb, small cat, climb. Invite to hang out. Nick Dragon Gaming will be right over. What?
Uh,
Oh yeah, speaking of Nick, what is Nick? Did anything happen to Nick? I haven't even seen Nick in like a millennia.
what? What?
Where's Nick? Where'd Nick go? Where's Nick? Where's Nick? Where's Nick? What happened to him? Where is he? He's outside? Midas, look, look.
Uh, lore accurate. Lore accurate. Lore accurate. Lore accurate. Lore accurate. Lore accurate.
Let's go with that. Let's go with that.
You know what? Couldn't find more new memes, but I found some. Here you go.
Bro, ever since my sim became an adult, he keeps getting a mustache.
I'm doing what my sim is doing, spouting memes.
Are you trying to become your sim now?
Sure.
Oh well, fuck me, I guess. I guess I could keep the mustache. Lord God.
The game is my game is having a little bit of trouble here.
I think mine is too. What Midas send me? People, how is Spidey swinging me? Thanks, giant man. You know, maybe.
Oh, Shani. Oh, mimosa.
Did you see the WD-41?
Drink this, and now my knees no longer crack, and my joints are so smooth. I see. Oh, that guy. Not so fun literal blind date. Are these balloons? Okay. Okay. Or Kiriko skins. A single venture skin. Overwatch skin creators.
Simona Sarah, Evelyn, Farik Poshima,
Hey, there is a single venture skin, alright.
Ukura,
That isn't legendary.
Sure.
Lamaza.
What are you talking to Nick about? Why are you two like
Whoa!
slowly merging into one
Whoa!
person?
Mel! Mel! What the flip,
On
man?
Mel's side, it's perfectly fine. On my side, Nick is like walking into you. You did like a fusion dance, but like instead of the normal Steven Universe fusion dance that you just walk into each other. What?
Nah, to be honest though, they kind of stole that from Dragon Ball. But to be honest, who does it better is Steven
To
Universe.
the offer, but I already have a. Were you offering Nick to live with us?
Oh, you're gonna believe it.
He's so fat.
You're gonna believe it.
He's so fat.
Yips. Pink
His
shirt.
shirt.
Me share pinnacle art.
His fucking shirt.
Safis. Chemist.
Midas seems cold
Arabic.
and tired.
Does seem like it.
Okay. I guess I can watch you go to sleep. It's either that or watch my sim take a shower. Or you just vibe near your bed, I guess. Eh.
Shirt.
For boss. Bevamoy. Yanabi.
Didn't I put repair on this? Wait, that might be.
So it's in the way of something. Uh-oh. You're in the way of something, Nate.
What do you mean?
Do it again. Look at yourself.
Oh.
Nick just fucking cussed out Winston, bro.
What? Wow, fuck this guy. Remove memory dash milestone? What?
Oh. Why is Nick's cheeks so big? Hook up with!
What?
Baby star.
Man, Mel's frame rates seem to be dying.
Oh, well, I guess I can't Oh.
This is wrong.
What?
Huh?
What are you doing?
Why?
Why? What?
Why?
Wait, I'm confused. Why?
I
Why?
can't make him. I can't make him a roommate.
Why are you trying to make him a roommate?
So that he can be over here, so we don't have to play him, but he's still around. But he moved out. He moved into a house.
Do you
Does that
mean
mean I
the
get the
house
house
that
by
he
myself?
sleeps in, or
No, like an actual other house. Like where we have like
what?
2
Does that mean I get that house by myself?
No.
Damn.
But why? But why?
For reasons you might see in the future,
Bruh.
dude. Oh,
Bruh.
Nick is late for work. Why do you make him a playable person now? Is that planned? I thought you just said you didn't want him to be.
I have no choice.
You had no choice.
You had no choice.
Midas is meditating near Lily, or I'm hoping you were, because it looked like something else.
Shut up. Shut up, you fucking psychopath.
I also don't want it to be that.
Shut up.
Rajika.
Also, psycho. No, let me just remember the exact psycho. What if I am a psychopath? Psychopath. Psychopath test.
Psychopath test. You're doing a
A
psychopath
person
test.
considered constantly exhilarating, antisocial, impulsive, manipulative, and sometimes aggressive behavior. An irrationally aggressive or cruel person. I don't think I am.
You should just look up the definition.
Yes.
Yes.
Uh,
Are you doing a psychopath
no.
test? Why?
What? That is like the exact opposite of what I'm, what my brain is processing right now.
What
I,
is
I mean, A, no. B, no. I'm not even an adult. It's like, what? No. What? That it's literally not even true. What? What? No. There's some. No. What? We're good. No. There's no foundation. No. Okay, no problem and concern now. Would I possibly? Depending on what it is and how like small it is. The moment
what?
is safe.
Why does Nick have two guitars?
Pointless.
Nick has two guitars in his inventory.
Never feel it. Okay, that's like, fucking. No. Yeah, I'm not. Okay, I'm not psychotic. Okay, minus you're a liar. I'm looking through so many of those questions. I'm like, what the fuck is this test? Like what?
You know what?
Hold on, let me read some of these questions. I can. Most would describe me as charming or nonchalant. I can turn my charm on and off like a faucet. I do what I want, when I want, the moment the impulse strikes me, regardless of what others want. If something goes wrong or turns out badly, it's not my fault. I've gotten into
Unfortunately, it
legal
is.
or criminal troubles as an adult, not just speeding or parking ticket. I'm easily the best at what I do, bear none. Nobody could ever take my place. Like what? What? People answering like this is definitely me for some of them. What are you sending me?
I'm forcing you to do this.
I'll copy link and think about it.
How do you handle the risk you need to achieve your goals? Risk? What risk? I'll defeat everyone. I'm the.
I'm the best.
Hmm.
Sure. Um, who am I? Oh, Midas is kneeling and reading a book.
What happens when you fail at something that was really important to you?
Was it him? Huh? Huh? Huh?
Like, put in a fit of bad temper. I say, oh well, no big deal. Get upset, but keep it inside. How do you get along with your friends? I have no social skills at all.
Hoopatay!
I
Direct.
am extremely loyal to and protective of my friends. Is that correct to you, Nate?
Hmm?
I am extremely loyal to and protect of my friends.
I wouldn't say extremely, but like at times, yeah.
I am a perfect pillar of
That
emotional
is
support to
cap.
my friends.
Oh,
I
emotional.
have
No, that's still kind of cap. I don't know.
I have no friends, but if I respect you, I'll try not to be much of a jerk.
I have a hard time.
I find my friends to be a great inspiration to me. I have a hard time connecting to people. I have no social skills at all. That's all of them. Well,
Get crazier.
I guess I'm extremely loyal, even though there's nothing else I could have chose.
Wait, what is happening? I'm
What
thinking
is the
that
thing
just
that
because that's
motivates you
funny.
the most? What is the thing that motivates you the
Oh,
most?
yeah,
Family.
manners.
My desire to protect people. When everything around you gets crazy, what do? I get crazier. I get focused and try harder. I stay calm and relaxed.
Wait,
What
what's
is
happening?
something happening? What is something happening? I feel scared, but I work out a way to handle it. I eliminate the distractions. You know what? I get crazier. How are your manners? I'm relaxed, friendly, informal, and blunt. I'm usually too distracted to have very good manners. I'm rude and crude. You got a problem with that? I'm very formal if
Back
distant.
off. Nobody can get past my defenses. I'm going with that one.
What are you guys doing?
Man, I can send you it too if you want me to.
Right?
I'm
It's it.
very
Playing
concerned.
card
Honestly,
games.
it's real. I'm only doing it because some of these are so fucking stupid.
I only play if I have a goal to achieve. What kind of student are
I think
you?
we should probably end the stream at around 7:30ish, which is in like 15 minutes,
All
because
right.
your game is kind of breaking anyway.
I am a disciplined.
True.
I'm an okay student there. How open are you?
Yeah, I have
How open are you?
family. Oh
Winston
yeah.
is running away again.
Yeah, let's go, Winston.
Winston,
This is the
no!
third time.
Family. Oh yeah, I have one of those.
I do not connect with. I wear my heart on my sleeve. I'm a very open and friendly person.
If other people had to describe you
Feel
in just one word, what would that word probably be?
Yeah.
Distant, arrogant, supportive, analytical, weird, friendly. Yo, what's up?
supportive. You're friendly. I chose supportive for myself. If
Okay.
you had to describe yourself in one, just responsible.
How's it going, Ravensmith?
Karen,
Karen.
what is your sense of fashion like?
Definitely
Ordinary,
putting that.
formal, relaxed, sloppy, weird, old fashioned. Ordinary. How do you handle abnormal situations. I yell at them until they go away.
What? What?
I yell at them until they go away. I work with my friends to take care of things. How do you handle obstacles? I overpower them.
You prepare for it.
It won't let me continue. It won't let me
Don't
continue.
need to
There we
stop. Yeah, that's me.
go. All right, there we go. All
Why are there so many questions? God fucking damn it, Midas.
right. Say that there's a big test coming up that you need to do well on. How do you prepare for it? I obsess over it. I ask my friends for help. I get help from my family. That sounds like you. Do you get help from your family?
Uh, which one?
The There's a big test coming up that you
Oh, I
need to
don't
do
study.
well on. You don't study.
I don't study, and yet somehow I do okay because like, I don't retain jack shit. So, whenever I study, I seem to do worse actually, which is weird. Unless I like study so hard that I actually like am stressed and like hate everyone and everything.
How do you spend your free time? Spend my time training. I spend my time creating things. I spend my time with friends. Yes. How do you do well in working with teams?
Manic and
I
quirky.
try to be.
What?
What is your personality like? Panic and quirky. Shy and nervous.
Other
How do
people
you
have feelings.
how do you want other people to feel about you?
No.
Other people have feelings.
Oh, that's fucked. Nice, nice. When use is nice.
How nice are you? I can be blunt and rude sometimes, but I'm always helpful. What makes you try to be helpful? I want to help my family. I want to support people. I want everybody to feel safe. I have something to prove. I want recognition and success. I do it so everyone will see how awesome I am.
How
I
often
want
do you
every
end up in the emergency room?
not too often.
All the time. What do you say your biggest problem is?
I cry too easily. What do you think a hero should be like? Someone who makes other people feel safe, someone who serves the people they care about, someone who isn't a bully, a winner, clever, someone who looks after people,
What even is? Stop making me answer questions. What? How many is there?
someone who makes people feel safe. How do you inspire others? I don't. How disciplined are you? I live, eat, and breathe self discipline. Discipline? Are you saying I need discipline? Which seems like the
Did I get
best
shorter?
What?
sense to you? Smarter, not
Just
harder.
asking if you're shorter?
Do you go with your heart or with your head more?
I'm talking to Matt's balls.
Matt's what?
I'm talking to Matt's balls.
Wow,
What?
no fucking
No,
way!
What am
No,
I doing?
no
Why
fucking
am I?
way.
Why am I just here?
No
You're
fucking
talking.
way.
You're okay. Why am I there?
Wow, this hasn't been seen before. Wow, that how ironic. Hey, hey, you want to see who I got?
Sure. Let me.
Who did you get?
I don't. Who did he? The heart on the head. I'm all heart, but I think that means I'm stupid. Who did you get? I bet I know. Of course you got Midoriya. I
Nice
got
attention.
Sue.
You got you got the frog.
I did get them.
You got the frog.
Okay, interesting.
You got the frog.
Alright. Bro, my sim still wants to fix the fucking thing, but it can't because it can't get to it.
You got the frog.
What are you doing?
You ribbit. Red.
You just fucking replace it.
Yeah.
Okay, I guess that works. Midas also just woke up. Midas is now using a shower, but not in his shower, but in that shower. Wait. Midas, what are you doing? Stop. Stop trying to play in it! Throw it away, bro. Throw it away, please. Why do you just keep doing that, though? What? What?
Follow Z.
What?
Well, Midas is about to find out when it why
What?
it's so big.
It has been feeling the creative itch for days. Aspire to become a maker and craft things. You know what? Sure, why not?
Ah. Super flip. Ho ho. Yapperhorn.
I love how Bill goes into labor and he immediately just goes to goes to the eggplant for comfort.
Oh.
It's okay, Nick. I knew you liked dick, but I didn't know you liked big dick.
What is that? Midas' emotional control is in range to earn the emotional control trait.
Roy.
Midas, you're able to control your emotions like really well. Oh, he on deafen. Damn, I'm about to say I like kind of little jealous about that. Oh, there goes Midas. Normal to deafen to mute. Or to leave. Not to mute. He gone. He gone, gone.
You think Johnny and Nick will hate us for what we did?
Huh?
You think Johnny and Nick will hate us for what we
Oh,
did?
definitely.
But they don't know what hurt.
Fuma.
um, um. Hey Nick, you're looking a little blue there, buddy. Um, I don't seem to be able to click on Nick, I think. Um, no, I am unable to do things with Nick. Hey, do you mind moving Nick to the house? He seems to be, dying, and I can't seem to do that.
He's not dying because he's giving birth.
No, he's blue. He's standing outside and he's blue. He's dying. Nick needs to find some warm clothing before he becomes too cool for life. Thank you. I can't click on him. I don't know who I'm clicked on. I'm guessing it might be Midas, but I can't tell.
Ulak is storing a flame. Oh, awesome.
Why'd you make him walk outside again?
Oh,
Imagine he just fucking turns into a snowman right side the door. What? Oh my god. Alright. Why are you watching it? Why is he just standing there? Oh god.
I see. Oh, room for youngie. Oh, up under a moon.
Oh.
Skimbo youngie.
Oh, what a loving father? I think.
It's a good thing Midas left.
What the fuck, bro? Very sad. Why? Because Winston. God damn it! Stop trying to talk to me. Oh, join cooking. Oh, okay, fine. I'm fine with that. You're hungry. Killed two birds
I
with one
didn't
stone.
make it Midas.
You didn't?
Midas, you are not the father.
Damn. Who is? Some random person?
Fuma?
Motherfucker, I thought Midas, I thought you're fucking joining me. Not distracting me from cooking. Alright, alright.
Alright, this should end here. So, to summarize, you applied for college. Midas had the opportunity to graduate early, but he didn't. Uh, Nick was added to the household. We adopted a kid, and Johnny was birthed by Nick.
Yes.
That summarizes the stream up pretty good. Oh yeah, and I got engaged. Kind of forgot about that.
Oh yeah, true.
I mean, like everything else that happened kind of overshadowed that.
Why do you keep just like making out in the bed? Like, bro. I could just be like randomly doing shit with me or Midas or seeing if I can actually do something normal. Because it's like
Why
it
not?
just the fucking bobble stuff, and then I look over at your perspective, and you're just looking at a bed or a blanket just bounce around. I'm like, okay, okay.
I've only done that like 34 times this stream.
I don't believe. I don't believe that.
You can count it. You can watch back and count it.
Sure, and I'm already going to be checking a certain moment, so I guess I might be. I might.
But you're gonna clip the part where Nick gives birth to Johnny.
No, so that would be funny to send them. It'd be like Mel did this, not me. I'm just a snitch.
Are you a snitch if I really tell you to do it though?
Did you tell me to do it? You gave the
Look at the
idea.
clip.
Oh, I could just. Oh, then yeah, I could just say Mel told me to send it to you.
Hey, bye bye stream.
See you, stream.